Alright, who here loves Mega Man? Hello and welcome everyone to New Moon 2021 Cycle 8, also known as Blood Moon 2. Today I'm your host, Player Zero. I mean Salad. And this is our third stream for the final week of Blood Moon 2's round robin placement stages. Before I start, I will briefly explain what is Blood Moon and how the tournament works. New Moon is our weekly round robin tournament, but it's a tournament that gets played throughout the week as a round robin. It's a casual format where you're not required to play all of your matches, and it's really for personal accomplishment and being featured on stream as well as practicing. But what's different about Blood Moon is that it's a 3-week tournament with 2 weeks of the New Moon format followed by 1 week of a double elimination top cut, which will be top 12 this time out of, I believe, 38 participants. And finally, the winner of the tournament will receive the Moon Master role, as well as having their folders and victors along with second place. And that role will stay with them until someone takes it from them in the next Blood Moon. And we have a record number of participants, just like last week, with over 300 matches done. I think almost 400 actually, over 2 weeks. So stay tuned for all the action coming up today. Our commentators are Solex, Cross, and Nerf to start it off.
Hey guys, what's going on? How y'all doing?
Hello everyone, and I hope you're all hyped for some amazing sets.
Speaking of amazing sets, man, the first one's gonna be a real doozy, and I'm extremely excited to check it out, with the first match being Nerith versus Salad. So let's see these setups. Alright, Nerith, tell me a little bit about your setup. What we doing over here? What's going on?
So this is a Gregar folder. It's probably the Gregar folder I play most often. Honestly, I'm pretty embarrassed to have this shown on stream. Mainly because it doesn't have shoes, so I just get and cheesed out pretty easily here, but luckily not too many people were running like double get and slow gauge setups or anything. It's really dependent on bubble star combos, and it's packing the T-code SP navies, so it's got a lot of anti-Gregar SP navi coverage, really just lacking a check for slash cross.
I think it's really interesting that you're playing anti-Gregar tech here as a Gregar player yourself. The Gregar matchup is notorious for being a straight-up buster, bloody grudge match, and having some outs for the common, really good range DPS on the enemy side is really strong and helps you just promote that strategy as early as possible.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm a lot less worried about slash cross specifically with this setup. So yeah, the Tomahawk Man SP and Tengu Man SP, they both target those long range crosses from Gregar, Erase Cross and Elect Cross. So, you know, if my opponent is going into slash cross and gonna move up to the front and try to trade blows with me, then I feel that my bubble star combos and Elect Dragons will probably do like more DPS to them than they would do to me through the slash cross charge shots.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Unfortunately, this is a Gregar versus Falzar matchup, so I get a lot less value out of the Tomahawk SP and Tengu SP in this specific matchup. the Tomahawk SP does have, some value against Tengu. It does threaten, one pretty big hit, but overall, I feel like Falzar opponents shouldn't get caught too much in Tengu versus Tomahawk. They should be able to look at the setup and just be like, alright, they have Tomahawk SP, they have Muramasa. Obviously going in Tengu is pretty risky, so I'm just gonna hold off on that until like that one turn where I really need it. They would kind of just wait for those chips to get played first, because as a Gregar player, it's kind of hard for me to just hold on to a splash chip like that, one M code chip, 2 T code chips for an extended period of time.
Yeah, V code is extremely strong. It has so much damage potential with those Dull Thunder, Bubble Star combos, even with the Elect Dragon, of course, and obviously Elect Dragon is there. With that Elect Cross boost, can easily dispatch a Life Aura, which kind of makes it safer to play one Windwrack. It's a shame to lose that much damage to a Life Aura, but at the same time, I feel like it's fine, especially since you have 2 other Dull Thunders in your folder to confirm with the Bubble Stars, so it works out pretty nice. It's a really cool combo.
Yeah, and I mean the upside is that even with a Bubble Star Dull Thunder, a lot of times opponents will get caught off guard and actually lose a Life Aura to a Dull Thunder, so there's still some value in that, even if they throw off a Life Aura in the middle of your combo. But yeah, on the opposite end we have Salad's setup here.
Now, Salad's setup is actually really interesting to me because it looks kind of all over the place to the naked eye, right? You see N code, L code, Z code, K. What the heck is going on in here, right? What are these codes doing? But honestly, in practice, like after watching the execution, this folder was quite brilliant and it's very unique. And I think that after a small conversation with Salad, at first I didn't like the fast gauge, but I really warmed up to the idea of it being here because it allows for that extra fluidity. Now, it's playing folder pack, which is pretty unique and, not often played, but see some play in friendlies, mostly in friendlies in my opinion. But now we see it here, making a big comeback with that extra mega, so we can fit in Eraseman K and Barrier 200K. What are your thoughts?
I think the folder pack is really cool in this build, and honestly, the fact that Salad is running the T-code SP navis here is really lethal when facing up against Gregar players. So that coverage, being anti-erase and anti-elec, it is really oppressive to deal with, especially in Falzar, where you have the option of going to Dust Cross and shuffling it back if you don't want to use it right at that moment. Because your opponent has no way of telling what you're shuffling away, what you're throwing into the trash chute.
Exactly.
So, and yeah, like you said, it kind of looks all over the place. There's so many different codes, right? N, L, Z, K, U, T. I mean, it looks a little bit alphabet soupy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And honestly, you know what? I think the best thing that pulls this all together, in my opinion, is the subtle Elect Dragon L's there with uninstall. You see, the beauty of this is, yeah, you can also put uninstall on another chip, maybe like Windwrack or something star related. But being on an Elect Dragon means that after that uninstall, you're immediately getting pressure because of those broken panels or those cracked panels on this field. So it's a really really well thought out strategy that can put you on the back foot almost immediately once in play.
Yeah, definitely. And I mentioned the T-code SP navis, but that Eraseman SP, I mean, it's also such a good counter to Falzar setups. Just because you're going to be able to threaten that 420 damage against Dust Cross. And so many Falzar setups want to go into Dust Cross on turn 1, get that trash chute working so that they can reach into their folder and pull up their certain gigas, certain chips like Bug Fix, and just throw away some chips, throw some chips back into the folder that they don't need, right? But so many of these chips that Saad's running from these different codes, they're just so impactful in terms of value, right? Grab Revenge, that's a lot of damage, it's a lot of utility. It's got the knockback effect. It's honestly just really strong to run it, and it's in code with Sanctuary and Bubble Wrap, right? So there's potential for turns where you get this really high utility and defense. The K code, Barrier 200 and Raceman SP, being able to use both of those on the same turn as well, it's nothing to laugh at. I mean, Elect Dragon uninstall, like, there's just so much going on here where you have two really high impact chips at least that can be paired together in one turn, and everything else is just going to be like star code to glue it together, so a little bit of defense on the same turn, right?
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, let's try to get into this match and see how this pans out for the both of you. Alright, I believe we are on the side of Salad here, looking at this interesting hand and the regged Grab Revenge, which is going to be pivotal against a Gregor setup, especially if that Gregor setup is trying to go for something like Slash Pressure turn 1. Now, the area grabs being in hand for the next turn are even more potent, because that threatens something like a Tengu lock or Tengu cross lock and just charge shotting your opponent in the back row. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with that. So right now we're seeing a pretty defensive turn from Salad. We'll see how this turns out for her.
Yeah, this is also kind of an interesting field configuration, you know, the cracked panels in the corner of each area.
Yeah, that's definitely something you're not going to like, being a player that doesn't have air shoes. So you're going to be very particular about how you step. Oh, nice. Okay, turn 1 going for some beast charges here. It's pretty smart. And there it is, breaking those panels immediately so that way you don't have to deal with them later. Salad holding on to defense, but already losing so much damage from 2 chip charges and some buster damage. And oh no, a nice little chip damage from this buster here, and you get forward to get as many buster shots in as possible. Very nice. Oh, this hand doesn't suck, but it's like, yeah, you have to go Tengu here. Like, this is a no choice kind of hand. You have to respond with Tengu.
Yeah, I actually used 3 chip charges that last turn, but the final one didn't connect because of the broken panels.
Ah, that makes sense. I think I saw you teleport a little bit, but you didn't go anywhere, so I was like a little confused.
Yeah, so there's already a pretty decent HP difference here.
Alright. There's the first area grab. Can we get the second one down? Okay, pressuring forward. Oh, should have gone for the smack first. That would have been really good. Nice, but that's what the backup area grab was for. A Judgment in hand would be a very hard punish, especially alongside something like a Wind Rack, and there's Judgment. It doesn't connect, but it does get back to area. A Wind Rack here will get you your area back. Do you have it? No, just beast charges. Okay, there's the Bubble Star, very well timed.
Yeah, unfortunately I didn't pull any elect chips to go with those Bubble Stars this turn.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because sometimes when Giga has cards in their hand, they're forced to use those chips immediately because we don't have a way to sift through our folder like with something like Duscross, and we need to start seeing our next chips as soon as possible, or we'll be on the back foot almost immediately. Okay, Life Aura is up now with a full custom hand just to escape in it, you know, a very risky, uncertain situation. And there's the Wind Rack. Nice. And the Sanctuary panels able to cut a lot of that damage in half, essentially. Very nice. It turned I believe, what were 4 charge shots into maybe 2 charge shots because of the half damage. Really good value out of Sanctuary there.
Yeah, even with the Holy Panels playing their role there, the amount of damage coming from Tengu, the Tengu charge shot is just pretty enormous. I think I took something like 210 damage.
Yeah, I think that's about right, actually.
Alright. Sure.
Okay, so I think it's really interesting that full cuts was used there and not alongside something like a dust cross. Not sure what the thought process was on that one. Oh, actually really smart, going for elect here to pressure you forward. And the fast gauge. Oh, and getting trapped.
Yeah, alright.
That's a severe HP drain. What is going on right now?
I had a single Colonel soldier pop up. You know, they've got my back.
Oh no. Wait, where's this HP meteor? Oh, the TFC.
So I used Beast Over.
Oh, you beast over so. Oh, into the full cuts. No. Oh no. No. Okay, so you beast over there into a tomahawk. Yeah, that was rough. That was not it. No. Why did you go for beast over?
You know, I just want to
end the game.
End the game.
Like really, really early.
End the game. You know, I have Colonel Force. I had enough damage in hand with like a double point attack plus 30 Colonel Force.
Yeah,
and it just gets instantly denied by full cust.
Bubble Star, yep, that's the combo we're here for. And immediately turn 1. Look at how much damage was done already. Oh, Salad really wanted the time to near variable here, but instead has to deal with the regular. Oh, Tomahawk in hand, and Tomahawk Cross is coming out as well. This is almost begging for a change in crosses for you right now. But will you make that change?
The problem for my folder with making that change is that there aren't that many ways of dealing with, or there aren't that many flexible or like accessible options for dealing with Life Aura once I switch out of Elec.
Correct. Barrier 200 and Life Aura will trade even here. You'll probably be able to get rid of these. Oh no, okay, now steps back. Oh, but the Judge Man that will not only chip away at the Barrier 200 but also get this area back that you need. And punishing camping forward with a charge shot here is exactly what you need to do, but Fast Gauge is gonna stunt that. That's really good footwork from Salad over here, being able to dodge in and out of those charge shots, but also get right back to the forward camp position in order to deny an area grab. Grab Revenge coming in hand with an area grab is to combat a potential situation of never getting multiple area grabs here. I think it's pretty smart. I think I would rather use Sanctuary with less area than use it with more. Oh, Tengu Man! This will get rid of the barrier and the anti-damage here. That's really strong. Oh, a little too early. Okay, Sanctuary panels. No area grab in your hand, unfortunately. But all this defense is coming up immediately. Oh man, and there's a wind rack. Double invis here will get rid of the potential of getting gunned down by something like Colonel Force. I think it's a pretty smart play. Windrak will deal with that aura. Tomahawk for damage, and there it is. The Beast Out is here. There's Rush. There's your first area grab. But how do you deal with these traps? Oh, this is really bad. Erase Man does connect here from the diagonal position. Oh, and there goes the Sanctuary panels, dealing with that threat immediately. And now there's holes on your field too. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, and now Salad pulls the Meteor Knuckles, which could lock me into the back, as well as getting rid of even more panels, so that Colonel Force can't really pose a threat.
Yeah, and if Salad can't sense a row, and if that Meteor Knuckle makes one more hole in front of you, she can sit there indefinitely and take basically no damage, even if you have it in hand. And of course, it's a fast gauge turn, so you really don't have a lot of time to just do nothing. Air grab does come out. Element Man will do a little bit of damage here. Oh! Instead opting to make panels for herself. Oh no, Salad! Salad, no! No, that's not correct, no! Oh, just slightly mistimed there. But you had defense for it anyway. Oh wait! You didn't have time to chip charge the light capsule. Ah, that makes sense. Fast gauge turns are really brutal for Gregor players, especially players that are looking to make use of beast charges and certain situations such as that. It's kind of hard to play around, yeah.
It's a double fast gauge versus a single slow gauge. Salad will always be able to force the game state into fast gauge.
Oh, anti-navi! Nice. Okay, that's a free way to get rid of that anti-damage. Oh, but she was flashing. Oh, but you dodged the Tengu! Nice! Oh, the bubble star! And it connects! Oh, that's actually really safe for you. Okay, so what's really interesting about that, right, is if you get smacked by any attacking chip and the anti-damage hasn't triggered yet, the next turn you can cross out to keep that anti-damage, which is something you got to keep an eye on. Oh, I like the change here. Oh, Erase Man. Oh, Life Orb. Never mind. Oh, you escape. But these options aren't looking as strong as they did in the first place. Electragon is in hand and will be able to do a decent amount of damage. Oh, the Muramasa to get rid of that. Oh, wow. Okay, yes. Lightning, the Electragon here will be able to deal with Sanctuary panels if Nerith decides to camp forward here. Oh, good dodge. Oh, never mind. This is really close.
Yeah, this Electragon with uninstall could be pivotal right here. Cracking all these panels when I don't have float shoes. I mean, and with the uninstall in play, even if I did have shoes.
Oh, I really like that full cut there to gather information. Salad sees that you're not crossing out here, so this might affect the decision making. There it is. Yeah, we definitely don't step in front here. We camp this out until the end of the turn. Oh no. That's not the place you want to be. Nerith, she's gonna chip charge it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, unfortunately, since I already stepped out from the center panel there were no safe panels for me from the Beast Charge.
There was nothing you can do in that situation. You were definitely a cornered person in a desperate situation.
Yeah, well played to Salad. That was giving me honestly, some flashbacks, gained some PTSD from dying to a Tomahawk Beast Charge, but
Oh man, Salad's play was incredible just now. I just don't understand, man. This always just meticulous and efficient with the chip combos over here. Come on, Salad. Like you have to have a bad day sometime, right? Sometime, right? Well,
yeah, it's a really awkward matchup because I feel like I actually lose to that elemental coverage. So there's a lot of stuff that like it's not really that safe to go into. So even if I'm in a favorable cross, I suddenly can't play within a certain area, or I'm just gonna risk a ×2 decross against either Tomahawk SP or Tengu SP. So it really starts to limit a lot of the options that I have. And then the fact that a lot of the Falzar crosses too can also just threaten the Gregor crosses in a specific way, right?
man, yeah, it was just a difficult situation to play out of, especially at the end there. I know you were probably kicking yourself for moving out of that center spot, but it's almost instinct, right? I gotta move. I gotta avoid. Oh man, you beasted out.
Well, I mean, it's actually also the case that if you don't move from that center panel, it's not like I can reach Salad with charge shots or do
Right.
anything from that position, right? And the panels are cracked. They're not going to uncrack themselves unless you break them, you fully break them. So my alternative would just be to sit in the center and not move for the rest of the match while Salad just busters me to death, right?
Yeah. Well, well played to both of you, man. You guys definitely shot the shot, but that that game one, I was like, wait, no, never. What are you what are you doing, boy?
Yeah, where's my
No,
HP going? What's happening?
I don't understand. Oh my gosh.
How come
Uh,
there's an invisible poison pharaoh on the field? I don't understand.
I don't. What's going on? Oh my gosh, dude.
Okay, with that,
Uh,
I think we can move into our second set of the day, which should
this-
be Uvu versus Blue Star.
oh man, two honestly really cool players. Love them both to death. Blue Star over here actually pulling a me, playing only 3 mega chips, and of course the kernel force. Very interesting. I feel like if you're not playing SB navies in your folder, you have to have a really good reason why you're not doing so. Um, in my own experience as playing in with only 3 megas, especially in this tournament recently, I feel like missing out on that damage has been huge because it's like your opponent has nothing to really worry about in terms of big heavy damage to TFC or to avoid. So it can be rough when you have this kind of setup.
Yeah, the thing is that encode is a really high damage code potentially, but it's being played in Gregar, so you're missing a lot of stuff like the Tomahawk charges, right? That really amplifies encode damage. In exchange, you have like these 2 golem hits. You've got Reflector 3s in place of Invis in Blue Star setup, but doesn't have the Mega Boomers or anything going on. So normally I would say that tossing some of your SP navies, only running like 3 megas, whatever, this type of setup with a monocode folder, roughly monocode folder, only having only two splash chips. One's your Giga Kernel Force, and the other is Life Aura in U code. But everything else being M code or Star code, that's acceptable because the amount of damage M code can do is just crazy. It's one of the strongest, I would say, in terms of just being able to put out an enormous amount of chip damage. but like I feel like the chip choices from M-Code here from Blue Star are generally chips that, specifically these golem hits, they aren't really seen as the most consistent, right?
Yeah.
Their reach is really short. Like the way they come out very specifically targets 3 panels. And I think they don't actually connect against a broken panel in the center, or like directly in front of you, essentially. So definitely it's going to be hard. It's going to be very important to see whether these golem hits connect. Because you have to keep in mind, those could have been another extremely high damage encode chip instead. So getting the value out of those is going to be important. And in the Falzar matchup, there's a lot less value too, because Falzar isn't gonna, they don't have slash cross, right? You might get value out of golem hits by saying, look, you know I have these 2 golem hits, you know that's a potential 500 damage, are you really gonna step up with slash cross? And your opponent might just avoid slash cross entirely, and that in itself is a form of value that you're getting from the chip, right? Forcing your opponent to think twice about going into an offensive cross. But against Falzar, there isn't really that same value. It's 250 damage. It's enough to break life aura. It's enough to just chunk your opponent a bit. But it's really not as scary because Tomahawk Cross, right, who would want to step up to the front to take swings. Tengu Cross wants to step up to take swings. Even if you hit them with the golem hit, their damage that turn just from their charge shots is probably going to be enough to make it worth it for them.
Right, and there is one source of damage that we haven't touched on just yet, and I'm glad we saved it for me because I'm a huge mod card format, Japanese format player, and that's the Buster Up, Buster Bug strategy. What's going on here is, with attack max, if you use 5 Buster Ups, it'll make your attack 10, which means your P shots, your default B buttons, do 10 damage. But because there's bugs for the Buster jamming in the Navi Cust here, we actually can sometimes do a shoot nothing, a blank shot. But if we bug fix, which is why bug fix is in the folder, and probably on top, just maybe try and see that chip a lot faster with RNG manipulation. Once you use that bug fix, those blank shots turn into charge shot level attacks. So it'll deal 100 damage. So sometimes you'll do 10 damage with your B button, or it will do 100 with your B button. So that kind of damage at your disposal using just your B button is gonna rack up fast. Like, I think I did the math the other day. Against someone with 2200 HP and just attack 5, not even having attack 100, or attack 10 rather, is gonna be 45 charged up P shots, and that's death, right? 45 of those. And you can mash out that B Buster really fast, especially if you have speed max to decrease cooldown. So with 100, we're cutting that in half essentially, and we're going to be killing you a lot sooner. The problem is he has to draw them in this Gregor setup, which is a lot harder to do than you would think. Luckily everything's on code, so the folder should flow relatively nicely into each other, but it's still going to be a luck of the draw aspect for Blue Star.
Yeah, I heard a lot of math there and I kind of zoned out, but the point is, it does a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
Big damage, go boom.
So yeah, you see there's a little bit less damage from the M-Code chips, which is a little bit strange on the surface, but you look at those Buster Ups and the Bug Buster, and well, that's where there's some compensation, there's some extra damage coming out from this Buster Jam procs. So definitely going to be something to watch out for. It is painful as hell to take 100 damage just from a P-shot, right? That's not something you want to see. And then on Uvu's side here, we have A-Code. This is kind of like the Uvu special by this point. The tank cannon, reg tank cannon in code right off the bat. You're going to take a tank cannon to the face, or even when it misses and it just hits your back row, it feels horrible because now you have these cracked panels in the back, and you're just like, what is this? Why am I gonna get caged in with my opponent here?
Exactly. Yo, honestly, if Uvo hits that tank cannon one, you lost the game. Like 100% accept it, because that's like I've said it before. It's like the Wom factor. You know, you don't know why he has an X Factor level 4, but here he is. He's here and he's killing me. Like, if Ubu lands that tank cannon, start running.
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting interaction because I would say that Blue Star doesn't have that many ways of decrossing what Uvu's got. I mean, there's the machine gun 3s, right? Any raceman handled the dust cross and ground cross, but ground cross not too common in not too commonly used. There's the Muramasa to potentially threaten Tengu, but like, what is Blue Star gonna do necessarily against Tomahawk, against or even against Spout Cross, right? It's kind of an awkward situation because a lot of the crosses that Blue Star might want to go into are going to be threatened by like the Risky Honey 3 the Risky Honey 3s and Winrax from Ubu's side. That's going to take care of the 2 long range Gregar crosses, Erase Cross and Elect Cross. And you know, it's not that hard to land those. If you're in Beast, Winrack is probably going to connect. And you can also threaten with just Tengu block, right? So Erase Cross doesn't feel that safe in this matchup for Blue Star, I feel. And just random Risky Honeys, that's also something you have to watch out for. You can easily lose your Elect Cross to Risky Honey. It can even pop your anti-damage. You know, the star can hit the hive, and then, well, there's an extra set of bees right there.
Yep, and it's really dangerous. And those bees are very nice and generous. They will wait for you until you spawn back onto your panel. So it's pretty ignorant. Like, you have to be very careful. Blue Star, you better watch out.
And then finally, like Meteor Knuckle, that is really dangerous. If you get caught in Slash Cross and Meteor Knuckles hits you, that's probably a deletion, or maybe almost all of your HP gone in an instant, right?
Yup.
And Spoutman SP and these Aqua Needles, those are going to threaten both of the fire crosses from Gregar, Heat Cross and Charge Cross. So really, Uvu's got this like full elemental coverage against Gregar crosses. That's just like the benefit of A-Code. It's so good in that regard. Whereas I do feel like there's certain crosses Uvu can kind of go into where it's like Blue Star can't threaten a huge hit on that cross, even if it's a D-cross hit from like a charge shot, maybe. You know, getting rid of Tomahawk using Element Man or a Heat Cross or Charge Cross charge shot. That damage isn't huge compared to Spoutman SP on Charge Cross, right? That's 720.
Yep.
And I don't think we've mentioned it yet, but Uvu is running Humor Bug.
It is humor, so all these chips we just talked about can randomly have a ×2 factor on it, either via the Rage or the Full Synchro, so yeah. It's a really, really scary situation for Blue Star. He's gonna feel like he can't go into any cross safely. So we're gonna have to see how he handles this situation. Let's hop into this match and check it out. Man, I'm not ready for this. Oh, we got Uvu's side over here with the tank cannon freshly ragged in the hand.
Yeah, unfortunately it's going to be a little bit harder to connect it thanks to these rock cubes, right? This is a rock cube center field, so they're going to be in the way. So maybe Uvu would consider going to. Nope, just gonna lock in the tank cannon.
Yep. No. Every time, verbatim, tank cannon. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
On the side, just flipping you with it.
The game's over. The game. Good job, guys. We can clean it up.
So thanks to that emotion bug as well, Uvu started with the green invulnerability. So there was actually nothing Blue Star could do to damage Uvu at the start of that turn.
Nothing at all. Interesting. Did Blue Star not go into a cross turn one? How interesting.
Yeah, neither of these players have gone into crosses, so...
Oh man, losing out on the trade there. This is gonna be pretty huge. Wow, I love the buster there for extra damage and the value out of the shield just now to clip at least one of those. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Uvu being so incredibly cheeky. Oh, jeez.
No. 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 No.
Oh no.
No. No. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay,
that's a solid
that's
800 damage.
That's a lot of damage. And you're trapped? Oh, the goal! Yo, Ufu knew! Yo, Ufu knew! He was like, nah, something's fishy. You ain't busting no more? I'm stepping back. Nah, I think I'll find it right here. Yikes. That was so much damage. We see the pieces assembling forth for the almighty and all-powerful program advance of the Master Cross. We know Uvu wants it, so we're gonna see if he can land that here. All we're missing is the fire hit A? Oh, and the type 2! Oh, it barely missed it. Oh, that's so much damage. Only 400 already. Blue Star on the back foot. He wants these busters to do some more damage for him, but not having all those buster ups yet is really... the shield. Really nice value. Really nice value from that shield right now. Oh, these Prix shots, they hurt. Still no fire hit. I think the sequence is Aqua Needle, Risky Honey, Elect Pulse fire hit? Or is it fire hit first? I forget the order.
Yeah, ooh, lost on. Oh, jeez.
Oh.
But there was no beast boost on that, so.
Well, the thing is the Buster Bug, right? Oh man. Honestly, if Uvu just stood still and just shielded like once or twice, I think he would have gotten an insane amount of value.
I'm not sure that the Buster Bug compensates for the lack of the
Gregor Buster?
Yeah, there's both the Gregor Buster to complement it, but also just the plus 30 to Kernel Force. So I think it would have done a lot more with Beast.
No.
Oh wow, that reflector.
Yo, what a reversal! That reflector ate up all that damage. Bees? Nah. Elect Pulse? Nah. Aqua Needle? Take this. Yo, that was crazy. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I thought for sure Uvu had that in the bag, but that reflector was completely game-changing.
Completely game-changing. Reflector hype in chat, please. Yo, what a comeback. Reflector hype is real right now.
Oh,
Elect Pulse in hand? Oh, just barely missed the clip there.
Uvu starting out blind, but they could tell that that tank cannon looked like it connected, because the back panels didn't crack, so...
Oh, I actually really like this turn. Yes, going for the mine here. It's... Oh, right! Judgment will throw books at Blue Star over here, so that will deal with the anti-damage in that way. And luckily his opponent isn't playing float shoes, otherwise mine would be completely irrelevant in this matchup. You see, I really wish they didn't make that a thing for Battle Network 6, where mine just kind of only does damage if you don't have float shoes. But, hey, it works out. Not a lot of people play float shoes right now. Oh, and shielding the anti-damage. Cheeky! Cheeky!
Oh,
It's time.
times 2.
Watch your step. Nah, you gotta come over here, big dog. You gotta come over here, man. Not, come on. Oh, that's so smart. Using the charge shot and vulnerability from Charge Cross definitely was able to deal with that mine, and not having to take that 600 damage is very key right here. Wait, is mine 200 or 300 still in this game? I think it's 200, okay. Slight nerf. Wow.
So, I mean, I don't think it makes any sense. That Charge Cross should have just flown off the rails there, just get flipped onto its back.
How are you just gonna get another 4 hits casually? On a Meteor Knuckle. Uvu's cheating. These are clearly hacks. And there it is. Master Cross is in the hand. Oh no. Are you gonna take all the damage from Master Cross? Oh, okay, no. Instead of opting to get rid of Charge Cross, no accidental charge shots into Master Cross, please. No, thank you. Uvu has to remember here that Golem Hit is in play. Oh, that area grab will deny that a possibility. There it is. And the charge shot will take out that charge cross.
Losing the Machine Gun 3 as well from getting decrossed.
The only thing I'm not a fan of here is now that you're in a cross, you lose out on that humor strategy. So you're kind of hoping either yeah, I don't like it. It's still gonna deal a decent amount of damage if it lands, but that ×2 is what makes it incredible. Okay, a wind rack allowing yourself to get charge shot here would do it. Okay.
Ooh, and the Master Cross connects.
Big damage coming out here. 295 to your name. Can you make this work? Is there an area grab in your hand? There is not? Okay, nice. Nailing down the wood here. We'll deal with all those annoying panels. Not sure why we went into slash here. I don't think that was a really good idea. Oh! Uvu stepping forward. Trying to get greedy. Blue Star looking for it. Oh no. A bad choice in my opinion. I would just camp back. I'm chilling. I'll bust her up here. That's fine.
That's why Uvu is a truly great player though. Going for these extremely greedy plays, these extremely stylish plays, trying to land a Tengu charge shot, a Tengu rack against slash cross. Ooh, and now that Uvu has lost Tengu, they momentarily had the option, you know, thinking about staying in base Mega Man for the shield and the humor, but choosing to go into, oh no, that risky honey fizzled out. Only one hit.
Unfortunate. But fortunate went up for a Blue Star here. Only 30 HP. Was it fortunate enough? Oh man, it's looking really scary.
We're seeing the
tank cannon kill.
That's such an interesting. That's such an interesting choice from both players there. Uvu going to Tomahawk, going, I don't need humor. You know, Blue Star doesn't have that much HP left. Who needs humor? Who needs a shield? And then on Blue Star's side, again, choosing not to use the beast out Kernel Force, opting instead to remain in their non-beast form and just try to do Buster Jam procs during the paralysis. But because Uvu went into Tomahawk and there was no paralysis, there wasn't even an opportunity to really line up and spam the Buster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think damage coming out from a beast Kernel Force, in my opinion.
Oh, they cannon kill it! Oh, yeah.
That's a little bit extra.
Yo, let's get it! Oh man. Yo, I got something for you real quick. Say hello to my tank cannon. Tank cannon is heavily slept on. Not a lot of people play it. It's really a fantastic chip. Obviously the higher levels of tank cannon do a lot more damage. It's definitely more worth to play the higher level ones, but tank cannon is still respectable in its own right. You know,
I would be shook. I mean, they start the match with a tank cannon and they end it with a tank cannon.
I don't like it. I don't want to be here anymore.
Tank cannon sandwich right there.
Respecting the invis. Oh, we used the tank cannon a little too early. Oh, sad face. Nice, getting some Buster procs there. I wonder if we're gonna get the ×2 Mr. Mastercross in this round. Oh, but there it is again. That mine, ×2's mine here would be insanely good value. I think you kind of, wow, yo, playing against mine is actually kind of ridiculous if you don't have float shoes. Like, I really don't want to succumb to that level of torment.
Yeah, it's kind of the same situation as just being locked in like this cracked panels or something, right? You don't want to start stepping in everywhere because you're just gonna take that huge hit.
And what's even more disrespectful is that it pierces invisible. Oh, but there is a trap here.
So
I
I
guess
was for a ×2, but unfortunately didn't get any ×2 procs throughout that entire turn. A ×2 element trap, that would have been huge as well, 480 damage.
I think the proper order in this hand would be Life Aura first, and then Judgment, and then using the area grab afterwards. But I guess what you really want to do here is you want to connect Judgment to get rid of anti-damage, or at least buster it off before they find that mine on the field and just trigger it through anti-damage. And it's also risky taking these panels because you can step on your own mine. Okay, nice. Life Aura camping forward. Oh, the reflector! The reflector! Okay, Life Aura. Yo, let's go. Okay, we now know it's not in 5 out of the front 6 panels, right? On Blue Star's perspective. There's one panel that's directly in front of Uvu that he did not step on. So we know for sure that it could possibly be in that square. So you don't step forward, right, Uvu? You don't step forward, right? Okay. That's another panel we know it's not on. So now we're really playing footsies over here. Oh, Master Claus landing again! And a D-Cross here. 700 damage on the table. Very nice value.
Wait, did you see? Yeah, did you see what happened with that dust cross? It looked like just a recolored Mega Man with the dust cross colors came out, and then
that was weird.
Formed into dust cross.
Yo, that was crazy.
That dust cross Mega Man was a little bit slow.
Okay, the second
Didn't
get
into his uniform.
Oh! Yo, dodging the Muramasa! That was lucky. That was really lucky. Oh, this is a lot of damage in hand. You know, I hate that Elect Pulse 3 does piercing, but it doesn't pull you out of the invisible state. It's like, what's the point? Why are you like this?
Yeah, and there's also differing amounts of end lag with each Elect Pulse. It's kind of a really interesting series in that regard.
What's really upsetting is we have the components for a second Mastercross, but too bad you can only use one PA at a time! Oh!
Wow.
Okay. Those back two corners could possibly have a mine on it. So, you really don't want to... Oh, there's the mine!
Oh, the mine!
Let's go! The mine! Yo! No! No! Yo! When you think it's safe, and you're just trying to get some chip damage, and you forgot the mine is there? I'm so sorry, Blue Star. No! Oh my gosh. Yo, I hate Ubu, bro. For real. Like, stop playing mind games with mine.
Yeah, Uvu, if you're out there, stop playing mind games.
Looks like this match is mine. Oh my
That's a step
god.
too far. That's a step too far. Let's move on.
That's a step. That's a step too far.
All right, let's go and take a look at our next set, which I believe is Dorman versus Shadow.
Oh man, this is gonna be a good match. You know, Dorman he's a newer player. You know what I'm saying? He just came out, started playing some games, and this man's a savage. Like he's actually pretty good at the game. You know, he turned 3 Colonel Force me in our match. It was really sad, and I hate it. But yeah, I'm actually really happy to see this match.
Yeah, Dorman took their set against me this week as well, so definitely someone to watch out for. And you can see this is a pretty interesting build right here. 1450 HP, but it's got a lot of the utility. It's got beat and rush as well in Gregar. That's not that common. Usually you'll see Gregar players opt out of beat and rush because of just the fact that they need some extra space for shoes, they need some extra HP.
I feel like I really love Dorman's cust here. I think it's an iteration, not exactly the same, but an iteration of Nugget's cust. Instead of having the extra custom in the rush slot down there with the HP plus 50, we have rush and HP plus 50 instead of that extra custom. So it's not a cust 2 setup, but I don't think B code really minds that, right? It's not like you're playing that many chips out of code with 3 Q chips and 1 U. Everything else is star or B. So you have a decent amount of fluidity here to just kind of let loose. The only downside I see here is maybe drawing recover 200s a little too early, but having recover 200 on a turn that you're kernel forcing is really interesting to me. In fact, it's a little surprising. You know, recover 200 doesn't see a lot of play, and I think people kind of figure, oh, recover 300 is there. Why would I run recover 200? Well, it's on code with the best gig and one of the best gigas in Gregar. So I don't see why not.
One of the best Gigas in Gregar. Alright, I mean, I think most people just consider it the best Giga in Gregar, but I know you are a big fan of certain other Giga.
I mean, like, why we dodging around the bush here? My other favorite Giga is clearly Delta Ray.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. B code from Dorman and the snake setup from Shadow.
So, how do you feel about snakes? The only thing I don't like about snakes, and I think I say it every stream, is that they're not wood. And otherwise, I feel like they're a really good chip.
The snakes is pretty solid. There's a lot of requirements for getting good value out of them. But once you meet those requirements, I mean, the value is there. It being a multi-hit as well, right? Calculating the damage just a piece at a time. That's pretty advantageous for breaking the barrier 200 and then still doing a chunk of damage, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many good ways to set up this snake here too. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just really good fun.
One of the things that's kind of awkward about Snake is that so a really quick way to really boost the damage of Snake would actually be to run Humor with it. But the problem with that is that at that point, you have to hope that you get a ×2 proc before the Geddon runs out and panels come back. So it creates this waiting game where you might not get that ×2 proc, and that can defeat the whole purpose of having Humor in your folder. So that's something to think about when you're running snakes. But the attack plus 30, that's a really good way of boosting the damage significantly. And I mean, it's pretty reliable as far as damage goes.
Honestly, the thing with humor, especially, is you kind of run the risk of, like, the build becomes difficult to make in the Navicust, and not in terms of the Navicust, right? Because you have to fit in humor, and maybe something like shoes, and all these other programs, and it's difficult to just do all of that sometimes. It's not like the extra external space on the side. It seems like a lot, but the pieces themselves and the sizes, it's like it kind of gets difficult there, you know.
Yeah, that's for sure. And what's interesting here is that Shadow is running Attack Max and Bowsar, so you're gonna see some really painful Buster shots coming out. In fact, the Bug Buster is gonna be contributing a good chunk of damage here. But with that, I think we can jump into the set.
Let's see how they slither into this round. All right, yeah, you can be mad at me for saying that. I understand. I completely understand. It was bad. It was not even good.
Sorry, what was that?
I said nothing of importance at all. Look,
Yep.
there's a first barrier on the right hand side of the screen. You see it? It's first barrier.
Oh,
And right away, we see. Oh no! No, you hate to see it. You're gonna get smacked up by this here crew. Yep. I hate that Dustcross can absorb items and then throw them at you for 200 damage as if that's okay. Like, that's a beast charge. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of damage.
yeah, I agree. It should be 400.
Get out. Leave. Don't come back. We don't believe in bias around these parts. Especially if you're biased to Bowsar. Ew.
The only tragedy here is that Dorman managed to charge into one of the cubes and just blow it to smithereens before Shadow could suck up both of them, so only having one cube here.
Oh no. B. I wonder what you got stolen here. Maybe it was something that they wanted to get stolen. Did Shadow want to give that up? You never know with Bird.
Ooh, both players using a Judge Man here. Two whips passing silently in the night.
That was nice. Oh. Do you think Shadow's gonna dodge?
Yeah, I want to say Shadow could easily dodge this.
How much do you want to bet he gets clipped? I'll pitch 3 nickels.
About 200 damage. You know, the difference from what I think.
I knew it! Yeah! I would've won 3
Oh,
nickels!
boy.
Okay!
Alright, looks like I'm not gonna get my wish. Ooh. This is really back and forth. Both players at roughly the same HP level here. Oh, but this is gonna tip the scales in Dorman's favor. And
Oh
Shadow's
my gosh.
start with an SP. Oh wow, right into the Proto Man SP as well.
You see, this is the turn that showcases why those SP Navis are so important. Look at how much damage he did. He threw everything at him, including the book. The book didn't even have damage properties, but he threw it anyway. Like, dang, dude. Yeah, Shadow's definitely hurting a little bit after that turn. You need area for your snakes. You need Geddon to go down. Oh, and... Nice. Okay, there's the area. Oh. Yeah, you get clipped by that too. I'm sorry. You don't dodge that. That's... Oh! Oh!
Oh, this is not gonna be pretty.
No, this is not. This is actually gonna be horrific. Shadow, if you don't have something, you're gonna die, dude.
I mean, Shadow does have the answers in their folder, and most likely in their hand as we speak. You know, the two Geddons could come into play.
There's Hut Batch. Geddon is star coded, so this could still be a way to deny it. Recover 300. Oh. All right, game 2. Let's see it. It's really unfortunate sometimes when Gregor just draws the Kernel Force and you don't have an out for it immediately.
Yeah, and that's a huge motivation for Gregor players to be kind of loose with how many chips they're selecting per turn. Kind of just throw as much as they can out, because when they reach that Kernel Force, the threat from it, when your opponent doesn't expect it to come super early, and you've played 5 chips per turn for your first 2 turns, and then you pull your Kernel Force, it just becomes a really lethal amount of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, we're having a big thing turn. I mean, after that last turn, I don't even know what you're thinking that's different, right? You're feeling pretty good about yourself. Doorman, like, man, the boys and the whole squad came through. We done shot up the place and dipped. Like, that's it. What is there to think about now? You have the overwhelming advantage in terms of momentum. And this just kind of showcases the power that is B code. Like, you have machine guns in code. You have all these really powerful navies, especially on top of something like grass. It's a lot to deal with.
Oh, blocking this element, man. Fire on grass using the invis. Well played from Dorman right there. Didn't really manage to get any value out of the machine gun 3. That would have been nice to get a D-cross on Shadow right on the first turn, but would have required a different chip sequence for that.
Element Man will connect here. Oh, going for fire instead of something like ice. For that ×2, you could have got the ×2. Oh, you could have got the ×4 on on erase here. If you went for ice, you get the freeze, and then immediately follow up with erase man, and that's some massive damage.
Wait, yeah, definitely more than one way to play that one out.
Okay, hold on a second. Somehow, between getting hit with Element Man... Okay, alright, no, that makes sense. Because you used fire, right? You weren't locked in place, so you could still move in the middle after the Element Man connects. Alright. Because somehow, Shadow ended up on the top row there, and it was a little crazy for a second.
You flipping of the High Boomer. Oh, second High Boomer, and Machine Gun 3 this turn. That is both Machine Gun 3s.
At this point, all Shadow can do is just get these Buster Shots, yeah.
Yeah, gain 2 Buster Jam procs, I think. That is still 100 damage total, just from the jammed Buster. Plus some change from the normal P-Shots connecting.
Yeah, if 2 of those connected, is this not an anti-damage right now? So that must mean it's something else, yeah?
Yeah, this is an anti-Navi that's up for Dorman right now.
Right, correct. Now, Shadow having that information can completely change up his strategy in the next coming turn. Not throwing out something like, I don't know, maybe something like Tomahawk Man Star or Erase Man of their own. Just trying to avoid getting set up. Oh, and there's the Geddon! That means it has to be a snake play. Nice, Magnum wheel deal. Oh, the rush. But there is no trap in hand. There is a TFC though. Going for the drills. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Yes. Going for these drills, and now the snakes. They are here. Nice. Amazing sequencing from Shadow. Pressuring with the charge shot and getting that nice damage, forcing the anti-damage to come out earlier than expected, then dropping a snake for punishing. Nice.
That was some crazy ground cross damage. It's actually so much DPS if you can lock your opponent into actually just taking the hits. The problem is just that you know, it's slow, it's telegraphed, so you know who would walk into it?
Right? Look, not me. Not you know.
Yeah, I've never done that. I've never walked into ground cross.
No, never. I'm sorry, never.
Ooh, but we do see that that boosted Risky Honey eats right through the barrier 200 and also pops the anti-damage. And now sneaking in this Proto Man SP right before the Life Aura here.
Oh, and we're seeing some of these Buster procs. I'm telling you guys, you gotta watch out for these Buster procs. They hurt good, bro. Ooh. Really, the Life Aura? I'm beasting out. I'm killing. I'm going for the kill. Because right now, the best strategy for Shadow is to go into Tengu and just bustering away, right? Because now that denies the opportunity to punish with a Life Aura of your own, and then I can still get my P shot. But Shadow did not opt for that kind of strategy. Yeah, Tengu would have been really nice here.
Yeah, definitely Tengu would have been able to close this one out.
Yeah. Trialo, Shadow actually shows up in chat and says, let's just chill for a turn, man. We'll just relax. Like, we're getting a little crazy. This party's getting a little too crazy.
Ooh, very nice Magnum there. Gonna stop any movement up and down here.
And there it is, still in the hand. Colonel Force waiting patiently to devour the victim and before it. But Shadow maintaining that steel to continue the match. Despite the face of adversity. There it is. Tengu is in play now. Whoa, what a fortunate turn of it. Whoa! That was extremely lucky. Oh! Buster procs. Buster procs. Go down, Buster proc. That's it. That's your life now. You matched me as hard as you can.
That was a 3-frame catch right there. That Blast Man SP was in the process of being used. Ooh.
Ah, dang. Sherry Fire on Twitch says, "This is the longest I've seen ground cross without D&D cross." You know what? I think that is accurate as hell. Yeah, I actually don't think it's lasted that long before. It's either you died already or you decrossed me. Wow, how interesting.
Ooh, nice. Proto Man SP gonna remove this barrier 200. And there's
being in
follow-up.
invisible state, yeah. Oh, but Black Man, you want to nail? Oh, dang, so close.
Yeah, not able to make use of the grass on the field from this starting field. Only getting 250 from the Blast Man.
I mean, still really good damage, right? 250 is a huge chunk.
Yeah, for sure the 250 is nothing to scoff at.
Alright, Dorman looking to try and punish this back camping going on for Shadow right now. Maybe firing out some charge shots. I think charging your Buster is what you want to do in this situation because you're facilitating the mindset to stay in the back, right? Right in that situation, Shadow could have just walked forward because there was no threat. There was no potential threat, I should say. But if you're holding the B button, that instills the fear of coming forward because I could possibly get clipped by this charge shot right now, right? That's the kind of mind game you want to play with when you're playing down the network. You want to constantly be giving your opponent something to think about and then throwing out a battleship that punishes that kind of mindset. Or even throwing out a battleship that punishes people for a specific thing, and then getting value out of your charge shot for that instead. You want to position yourself in that kind of way. Right, so just as we saw, Shadow did in fact step forward. And, oh no, using the bees early means you're gonna eat... Oh. Okay, no. We just waited out. Do we have time? Do you have time for snakes? No, no snakes, no snakes.
Yeah, that was some unfortunate chip sequence from Shadow. I'm gonna assume Shadow had snakes that turn, but maybe wanted to use that Magnum to take care of potential anti-damage. So possibly had snakes at the end.
I'm actually kind of hoping that Shadow threw... Oh! Oh, the movement was almost clean, but you had Life Aura! Why didn't you just press your button? Oh, Shadow. Shadow, not like this. I make that mistake sometimes too. Like you want to punish and dodge everything, but you get clipped and then you just feel like, I should have pushed a button.
Yeah, it can be rough, holding on to your defense, thinking, I need it for time freeze, right? I gotta use it to counter something my opponent's throwing at me.
Oh man. Charge shot, getting value out here, getting some nice hits. But Trilo's Buster's not doing a crazy amount of damage right now because it's lacking that. Oh no. It's Colonel Force time, ladies and gentlemen. It's Colonel Force. Oh no. Oh no. Judgment comes out.
Oh.
And it eats the Windwreck. Oh, the anti-damage comes up. Okay. Oh, Judgment. Judgment punishes. Okay, that's not bad. That still means you get a roll. How fast can you match? Area grab will come out. Not gonna do enough to save you. Oh, but moving to the side does stop you from taking a lot of buster shots. Nice, nice. Oh, that was a scary turn.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a lot worse for Shadow.
Shadow played that really well, even recognizing to move around the bend and get into that corner in the nick of time, which forces Dorman to have to move around to get value out of that B button. That was really good. Well played from Shadow. Ooh, this is gonna be a pig punish. Don't mash your B button, Shadow. Oh! Oh, okay. There it is. Very nice.
Damage.
Very nice. Shadow should have recognized that the Element Man wasn't gonna really do anything, right? You would have did your nice little fireball damage. Oh, good job. But there was no way to pressure anti-damage to come out either, so I think the same situation would have happened regardless, no?
Yeah, definitely that was a situation where the snakes just couldn't connect.
And there it is, Grab Revenge coming out, and a slow gauge. Unfortunately, this area is going to be taken, so Tomahawk will not be able to threaten here. I would chip charge this to recover 200. Oh, I guess not. I would have done it though.
Ooh.
Dang, just barely missed.
Yeah, luckily for Shadow, this Erase Band does not clip and remove anti-damage. So this is going to be an extra layer of defense that Dorman's going to have to get through.
Oh! Shadow trying to get really cheeky there. Oh, you camping forward, huh, brother? I got something for that. But he whipped on for it.
Dorman down to do his last two chips though. Still a lot
bad
of
choice.
go to. And very quickly loses one of them.
Tomahawk Man will connect here for a decent amount of damage. The scores aren't terribly in favor of any individual, Okay, these charge shots, nailing the center, just going center every time. Just going, oh, he got hit in the center 5 times in a row. Dorman just saying, if you're gonna feed me, then I guess I'll just eat. Like, what else can I do? Oh no, the wind rack. Oh no, it was the wrong time.
Oh no, the erase man not connecting.
Oh no, Shadow. No.
That was so close. If that erase man had connected, that would have given Shadow the time to fish for more Buster Jam procs and finish up this game, potentially.
Yeah, that was an excellent game. Once I saw that light board, I kind of felt like it was over, but just a little too early on using it. And the Windwreck was able to clear it at the very end of its duration. Oh man. Dorman in chat right now on Twitch chat, he says, I was shaking after I saw Erase Man. Wow. Really well played to both players.
Yeah, well played to both Dorman and Shadow there. That was a great set, and even though the snakes didn't end up getting that attack plus 30 and connecting, you still gotta respect the attempt.
For sure, for sure. Okay, well, without further ado, let's go on to the next match, which will be our, hold on, Sword Saint Virillion. Okay, if no one understands this, so Mr. Sword Saint over here decided to enter their setups on the Google Doc, and they put Sword Saint Virillion. So he is in fact the Saint of Swords. I love this. This is a good name. But he is playing against a very well-known player as well, Symes.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting matchup because it's Chunk Gregar on both sides. And so you might look at it and go, oh, 500, 400, 300, 400, 400, 400 on each side. It's 2200. It's the same setup, right? They have the same stuff. So it is a mirror matchup in terms of the Navi cost.
Okay, so I got really confused for 2 seconds because I saw Machine Gun 3 at 1, but then I saw 2 more Machine Gun 3s at 1, and it blew me because I thought there was only one machine. No, there's 2 high boomers. In fact, this is illegal, right? He can't do this. Why did he do this? That's a mind game. That's a mind game before the match even starts. Oh, he only has 1 machine gun. Bet. Punishing bad reading. Wow, Virillion. I see.
I mean, that is yeah. I mean, the way it's entered is it's faithful to the way it shows up in the folder in game, but definitely we usually condense it so that it's like approximate, right? So in the sign-up sheets, we'll show these 3 machine guns as a single machine gun 3. We'll list a chip number next to it, so there'll be 3 of them, and then it would be probably like right under that Proto Man SP, because what ends up happening is your chip sequence is determined in part by the chip order in your folder. So the first chip in your folder is actually more likely to come up sooner. And it's not a sure thing, but the probabilities are influenced by that order. So it's for that reason that we ask people to submit their folders and submit their chip listings in the order they have it in game. And so it gets kind of weird, and you can like intentionally manipulate your chip order a little bit like that. But for Virurion's sheet, unfortunately, it was overlooked, so we didn't end up condensing some of these chips down to their approximate location in the folder.
That makes sense. You know, something I gotta point out here for Virillion's, Sword Saint Virillion's folder is that there's a lack of holy panels, which is kind of a signature of Symes at this point, the double holy panel tech in B code. Now, this is interesting because Sword Saint Virillion doesn't have shoes at all. But he does have that one sanctuary, so that could help out. And of course, you have Element Man to make ice if need be. But it's really interesting to just completely subscribe to that idea of well, my opponent has Geddons, doesn't matter, I'm gonna try and kill you anyway with something like Machine Gun 3 or this powerful Tengu Man or Blast Man. I can still deal damage in some way, right? Don't have to rely on movement directly. And plus, if the situation does provide itself, I will have Sanctuary for that exact reason.
What I think is interesting here is so Symes having the double holy panel and Sanctuary, but Virillion has this the single poison seed, so that is going to help deal with the holy panels. And on top of that, it's just such a this is almost a total mirror match right here. I mean, it's both B code. They've got like all of the signature Chunk Gregar chips. So this is gonna be this is gonna come down to whoever, I guess, better chip draw sequence is gonna be part of it, but also just cross management and the cross charge shot mind games. So should be interesting to see.
Alright, let's hop into it. So, what I'm expecting from Sword Saint is that we're gonna have Tengu Man Star in our folder, right? This will punish an enemy race-based or race-cross play from Symes. However, Symes doesn't really have any battle chips to facilitate a decross against an enemy Gregar. So it's going to be interesting to see that dynamic play out, where Symes has to be smart about his placement and his charge shot use to avoid that Tengu Star.
Yeah, definitely that Tengu Man is going to pose a bit of a threat, but it's not that painful as it's not SP, right? It's not going to be potentially 640 damage.
Let me ask you another question. How do you feel about not playing Judge Man and only having one grab banish in your folder?
I mean, that's an interesting question. I don't think it is. I actually don't think it's that bad on Chunk Gregar, because you can kind of afford to lose that area momentarily. You can kind of afford to different crosses that maybe aren't as dependent as camping forward, and at the same time you can just adjust your play to camp forward more to deny your opponent's area grabs when you've got this much HP to work with, right? So you've still got options. Blast Man SP getting denied by this anti-damage here.
You know, honestly, I think if I was Symes, I would have just ate up the Blast Man SP anyway and saved the anti-damage. Maybe not. I don't know, because it was being halved in damage anyway, so it was basically the same amount of damage as what, Blast Man Star?
Yeah, basically 125 damage.
So I don't know. Plus you're dealing with charge shots here too, right? And you might catch yourself off a panel for a charge shot. But the charge shot kind of does the same amount, a little bit more than that, but I don't know. I'm just worried about Tengu.
Honestly, I feel like the Tengu Man might not even play an important role here.
Yeah, it's not even in hand. There is no role for it to play. I think this is interesting sequencing on Saint's side here. It's oh, and the beast out happens. Okay. Erase Man will connect.
Yeah, gonna sneak that in there. And there's gonna be a paralysis effect going on here.
Not enough time to get something like a charge shot in, but Proto Man will deal with this barrier. Very nice. I don't think Symes wanted that TFC there, right? I think what really wanted was the chip charging, or rather the beast charging there. You want to use those beast charges with no chips so you can get a significant amount of damage. And Symes kind of lost out on that by TFCing accidentally with the Invis there. Unless Symes wanted the Invis, which is understandable, but your opponent has a charge shot here that pierces invisible status anyway. So I that's kind of why I feel like it was a moment that you wanted a beast charge. Okay, nice. Getting area back and plus on area. This is actually a really bad situation to be in. The anti-damage will help out though. Nice, and a punish. Good job to Saint Sword to not walking into an active frame of the fire. Nice.
Yeah, so even though Symes has this area advantage right now, it's a little bit hard to punish Virion with it.
Yeah, this hand not looking particularly strong, especially in the face of something like a Heat Beast. Oh, but it is strong in front of the Elect Beast. Oh, you know what? I'll take that because now I have this Life Aura. Yes, sir. Very, very fortunate for Virillion here. Oh, excuse me, Saint Sword Virillion. And Tengu will get the maximum amount of hits here. Nice, 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 nice. Honestly, I think I would still chip charge here, just because I know, yeah, I like that. At the end of the turn, I think that was really good. But there it is, Sanctuary in the hand. Do you opt for the Sanctuary with 2 area grabs for for beast charging? There is that option to beast charge here because you have heat. Yeah, and the grass on the opponent's side of the field will double up that damage. I think that's a good option here. Very nice. Both players going for Sanctuary. Nice. Oh, unfortunate TFC from Symes. Area grab is going to come out here, and this will make it a lot safer for Virillion to stack up some kind of damage here. Oh, excuse me. Sword Saint Virillion. I'm not letting that go. I'm sorry. Ooh, bug fix. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and this High Boomer is going to deal with a good chunk of these holy panels, and that will restrict Symes' movement, kind of encourage Symes to stay in the center. Actually, at this point, if this High Boomer connects, it will also do a huge chunk of damage. Symes does not have much HP left.
Getting rid of this bug, the HP bug is pretty nice here. And Buster Bug, of course. So now you have options to do a little more damage with your Buster shots. This is really nice. Oh, and the Boomer that will clear a lot of these Sanctuary panels on both sides. That's hilarious. And also Bug Face coming out from Symes' side. That's hilarious. Gonna take half damage from that, thankfully. And oh, mashing back instead of mashing up and down. Damage is damage, even if it's half. Oh, this is a battle of the heat. Okay, fire versus fire. Who's better?
Ooh, and there's the Kernel Force. This would be pretty lethal at this point.
Yeah, even on a Sanctuary panel, that still will be lethal. But do you decide to go even further beyond? Past the normal realms of beast power? No, you don't, right? You save it. Because you have a decent amount of HP and a Sanctuary panel. What could possibly go wrong?
Ooh, and so these machine gun 3s, they are going to really do a lot of damage here.
His same sword running forward as fast as possible. Trying to deny an area grab of any kind. Fishing for counter hits with those machine guns, trying to stunt Symes' charge shots here. Didn't necessarily go in their favor though. Oh, Symes. Oh no, the poison seed! I know you're happy to see this.
Yeah, a bit of a mind game there at the end of the turn. Symes probably wanted to end the turn on a holy panel for safety reasons, but Brilliant putting down that cross charge shot. Ooh, and it connecting like this.
Oh no. Oh, Symes. The time is ticking. Brilliant can just camp in the back. I don't even care if you hit me with this blast, man. I'm gonna camp this here holy panel and just wait for your demise. There it is. A combination of fire and poison is not a good combination to be within.
Yeah, I like how this is almost a complete mirror matchup, and we also saw the field enter a almost being completely mirrored right there. Actually, it was completely mirrored with that grass on the outside and the holy panels on the inside. It transforming into that in a single turn was pretty interesting.
You know, looking at this hand, I think Charge Cross is interesting, but I'd much rather get that Slash Cross into play because we can do a significant amount of damage with it. I love to see it. This is what I'm here for. Yes, sir. I'm gonna pressure you into those back poison panels and just continuously let out these charge shots. Oh, there it is. Symes understanding what it is that Saint Sword is looking for here. Oh, this is it. This is the perfect opportunity. Bug fix down on both sides. One more slash. There it is. Holy panel. Oh, amazing. This will stunt a lot of the damage from the turn. Ooh, Symes. Ooh, the Symes. Yes. Yes, get those charge shots. Yes, sir. The fight ain't over till it's over.
Yeah, so I'm still taking a huge chunk of damage that turn, but this holy panel is going to be really useful for mitigating the incoming damage. So it's a bit of an awkward situation here. Neither player choosing to go into Beast, and Wind Rack into Grab Banish coming out for Symes, getting that area back. Ooh, but gonna lose Erase Cross to this Tengu Man, and it's gonna do double damage and the D-Cross.
Symes is able to get some area on his side now, which is going to be really good for him to deny these charge shots from Slash, but going to take some machine gun procs for his troubles though.
Yeah, and Recovery 300 is gonna come out from Virillion this turn.
Okay, so Poison Seed is in Sword Saint's hand here, right? So what Virillion really wants to do is wait for Element Man to show its face and wait for Sanctuary to show its face, right? Then, after those two chips have been dealt out, this Poison Seed will land safely and just maintain. Oh, or we just take it right now. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Shoot, I'm with it. Did we see Element Man already?
I don't believe we have.
Did we see Sanctuary?
Of course, there's no Sanctuary in play.
I'm not sure if I like this Poison Seed here. Oh! Do you have a punish for it? Wow. That's a poison panel. Oh, the Windcrack. But dodging out the whole Kernel Force there, very unfortunate. Oh no.
Yeah, and now there's this Kernel Force popping up in Virillion's hand. And you know, part of this is why you have to consider using chips as Gregar at suboptimal times. You know, loading up that Poison Seed, you have to carefully consider, well, I'm gonna pull an extra chip next turn if I use this chip right now. So with Gregar, in a lot of cases, the question isn't how do I get the most value out of this chip? It's do I still have enough value in my folder if I don't use this chip optimally, right?
Right. Oh, really quickly, on YouTube, I see someone with a bit of... Okay, wait, where's the comment? Okay, Desmond says, what is this hand? Looking at Virillion's hand. And honestly, people forget that you can chip charge, even with the default normal beast charge, and still get 200 damage out of it with your defensive chips like anti-damage, right? As we are seeing right now. Saint Sword Virillion's getting really good damage with these chip charges. Yeah, I think it's better to stand still at this point. Oh man, and there it is. The Kernel Force. Will Symes have a way to deny Kernel Force from dealing the lethal blow? I don't know. This is looking kind of tough. Oh, and going for the area grabs for maximum damage. That's just cheeky. Oh, you know what? This could also be a ploy to maybe deal some damage with this chip charge. Or the beast charge, rather. Mm-hmm. Oh, no! No! Lord Virillion! He's chip charging it! He's chip charging Kernel Force! No! No, you mad lad! There's no other way! There's no other way to do... Oh my gosh! I can't believe he chip charged away Kernel Force! Had to be done, but thankfully we have chip charging here, or so excuse me, some beast charging to deal with these, to deal some kind of damage. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe I just watched that happen. Kernel Force, who needs that when I got fire breath, bro? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Symes, I am so sorry. It didn't have to be that way. It really didn't.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the beast charges right there. They do so much damage that you know, Virillion able to just close it out. Symes not really healthy towards the end there. So just that single beast charge able to bring Symes down to 1 HP. And
Oh
even
my.
though about Kernel Force. Sometimes just gain a bit of value there, being able to break a defense. That's all you need.
Oh man, yeah, beast charging away Kernel Force. People have beast charged away things like bug fix, things like I don't know, like really valuable star. Like I've even seen someone beast charge away a life aura. But Kernel Force, man, that's moxie. That's some brass, man. Yo, that's straight up
It
brass.
happens more often than you think. Because there's no way to deal with. Because Kernel Force is a chip. It's a Giga where you want to be in Beast in order to get the bonus on it, right? Because it's not time freeze, it gets that plus 30. It's non-time freeze null chip. It's getting that plus 30 from Beast. And once you're in Beast, you don't have a charge shot, right? You've only got the Vulcan
Yeah.
or feathers for Falzar, right? Either Falzar feathers or Gregor Vulcan. And so that takes away all of your options to break your opponent's defenses. So once you've loaded up that chip sequence, if your opponent drops a defense right when you reach your Kernel Force in your own sequence, that is your only option, and it happens quite often. It's just that people don't see it, right? When you're playing against your opponent, you just know, oh well, that was a null chip, right? That's all that's the only information you can get out of it. So, but I'm gonna say a lot of turns it does happen. It's not super uncommon that a Giga chip, and specifically Kernel Force is particularly vulnerable to this as a result of you wanting to be in Beast.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, great game to both players. That was really fun. I'm actually really happy, Saint Sword Virillion hasn't played in a while. And this is like the first tournament that they've come back, and I'm really happy that he's here.
Yeah, and um, that's gonna be it for me. Actually, I am going to be swapping out with a another caster here, and I
Okay.
believe I'm stepping in my place.
Thank you for casting with me, Nerith.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I'll catch you later.
Okay, well, Symes, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Soul. It's as always good to be here.
No, for some reason, I thought you were gonna make some kind of pun with beat, and I got scared. I got concerned because I don't like beat, and you can't make puns with it because that would make it popular, and I don't.
What, Soul? Are you worried that it's going to beat you?
I set myself up for that.
You really did. You walked right into that one.
Oh, well, we're going into the next match. We have Raku versus Imasuka. Well, Imasuka hasn't been playing as often, but this is seeming like a re-debut for them. Welcome back, Imasuka. Very good player. I think the last time I played with Suka was 3 years ago at the last N1GP meetup, and he surprised everybody with his Balneric 4 strategies. So it's good to see you're back, Suka. And Raku, a newer player, to the scene, but still making a splash with his first appearance in the Link Navies tournament, playing the Bubble Boy Gang Squad.
Yeah, Raku actually, I think in the first week of Link Navies, he beat my Tengu man, so...
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not biased or anything, but if you play, like, Spout Cross or Spout Man as your Link Navi, you can never do anything wrong. So Raku was perfect in my eyes.
Yeah, no bias, right?
No
bias.
No. But looking at the folders, let's talk about it. Imasuka is running E-Code here with the Fireburn 3, Elect Pulse 2s, etc, etc, good stuffs. But I think the most value you get out of E-Code outside of the fast gauge strategy with, you know, Pulse Rack combos is that Element Man SP. That chip is so impactful to a game and can just swing a match almost immediately.
Yeah, Element Man SP is definitely one of the best chips in the game. Sometimes with E-Code, you could even consider running Element Man EX. We don't see the EX Navis often, but for like the big 3 element Judge or Race, if you're like running one of their actual codes, they're just that good that you could even consider using the EX version. We don't see that from Imasuka here though. Instead we see the Electman SP.
You know, Electman SP is really interesting, but it's not necessarily flexible, right? You have to be within 2 spaces, I believe, to get hit by a Thunderbolt from Electman SP, which can be a little inconvenient at times, especially if your opponent has their natural area and they're camping back. Or if they're plus area on you and they're camping back, or in that middle section area, it can be difficult to land. And it's the damage that doesn't really appease me. Only a 210 for a Mega Class level chip. Even something like Roll does more damage, right? And it heals you on top of it. So, I'm not too fond of Electman SP, but in certain scenarios, it can hit twice, right? If there's objects on the field or something similar to that. And Imasuka doesn't really have any objects prevalent in their folders, so I don't see that kind of aspect of the chip being played effectively here unless we get the field where you start with 2 rock cubes.
Yeah, no, Electman can be a very strong chip, but it definitely requires quite a bit of setup with like a Bubble Star, which Imasuka doesn't have, and then like also with a V-Doll or something, Electman can like do well over 1000 damage with the proper setup, but it does require like a pretty dedicated folder to make it work, which doesn't really fit that well with like the other E-Code combos with the Elect Pulse and stuff. But going over to Raku's side, we see these, it looks like a mix of R and M codes. We see the Bubble Star 3 and Dole Thunder 3 in R code. And then the Risky Honey 3, Muramasa and Grab Banish in M code.
I really like the Bubble Star 3 Dol Thunder combo. It just does so much damage, and it's something that you want to look out for when playing against this setup, right? Especially since there's a big chance that uninstall will be attached to one of those chips, right? Or even something like a Wind Rack that you have to be worried about mid-combo or mid-Bubble Star combo. So the threat of uninstall and taking a huge amount of damage, especially since you're playing Falzar here, you can chip charge the Bubble Star for double damage and still get the double damage from Dol Thunder. So it works out to do a significant amount of damage, right? It's going to be interesting to see how Suka deals with that.
Yeah, for sure. This is a classic Gregor versus Falzer matchup, so it'll be very interesting to see how they choose to use their crosses here. We also see both players with a fast gauge, so both players have 2 fast gauges regged, so we're probably going to be seeing this entire match played out in fast gauge, so it'll be interesting to see how both players deal with that.
I hope you guys are ready for a very high stressful, high paced match. With this fast gauge in play, let's hop right into it. Another thing to point out about Raku's setup here is there is the option to go for the infamous Program Advanced Sun Moon combo from the Battle Network 4 series here. The problem being, it's kind of difficult to land that Program Advanced successfully, right? So what we're really going to look for is a Bubble Star confirm into that Program Advanced and hoping that the opponent doesn't have a TFC like or a life or a barrier or even something like anti-damage. It's a little bit more lenient if you're playing something like Invis to TFC to it, because you'll still take the uninstall and damage from the Blue Moon portion of the Program Advance. But we're really hoping to see that kind of strategy play out.
Yeah, and so we see the turn 1 Dust Cross with a Life Aura coming out from Raku. And then the Invis, so that will allow Raku to deal with Imasuka's Rush. And we see Imasuka going into Slash Cross here.
Beat will come out and take something away. I hate that bird. Oh my, and Rush coming out. Okay, Rush is not going to do too much here though. And here it is, Fast Gauge is in the hand. Just do it, go up there. Oh, the rush and the turn. Very good patience.
Oh wow, Imasuka didn't even go into the stun animation yet.
That's gonna be a little tricky. I would surely hope that Suka just cross cancels anyway, especially since we're seeing something like Groundman in the hand right now.
Yeah, with both Groundman and Meteor Knuckles in Raku's folders, going for Slash is very dangerous. You'll need to have a lot of defense. And yeah, we see Imasuka going for Erase Cross instead.
Ooh, trying to make a read. Thankfully, there was a Life Aura in play anyway, so that actually makes this entire turn for Raku here pretty useless. But what could happen is you could potentially save the Groundman SP and go into something like Tengu and still attempt to get value out of Groundman SP. It's a significant portion of damage to just lose out on, you know? And Tengu would also get rid of that barrier, right? So I just feel like it's not bad to do that. What do you think about that kind of... Oh, but there's an anti-damage. I guess it really isn't worth it then.
And both players use Winderack, but ooh, the counter hit machine gun into the Erase Man.
Ooh,
And that...
the TSC. Oh, no.
Yeah, so that anti-damage is just going to be eaten by the Erase Man. But at least Raku was on the Holy Panel, so all of that damage was cut in half.
But thankfully, for their troubles, Raku now has the Anger emotion. This next chip coming out will do ×2 damage, especially if it lands. Hopefully on a decently powered up Mega Chip or something to get value out of it.
Yeah, I think Imasuka still has a trap up. I don't think they have any traps in their folder other than anti-damage, right? So if Raku wants to land one of those big ×2 powered chips from the Anger, they'll need to find a way to clear out that anti-damage first.
Understandable too. We do see a cross change because of this. Area grab will deal with that trap and set the opponent up for this. Oh, nice! Landing the uninstall, and now Judgment to get a nice little punish. Will there be time to get this charge shot in? No, there won't.
Yeah, and so now Raku can use Full Cust to this will get rid of one of Imasuka's Beast Out turns, which, with the E-code, Imasuka wants to go for those Beast Rush combos, so having already lost 2 Beast turns without getting any of those E-code combos off is actually very unfortunate for Imasuka so far.
This is going to create a very, very risky situation for Imasuka. Having chips in your hand like Elect Pulse 2 and not being able to have the Beast Rush to support that can be a little risky, especially if you don't have something like an area grab in play to help facilitate the range of that chip a little bit more. Imasuka does have 4 area grabs in the folder, though, in total, so there could be the ability to possibly go +1 on area against Raku here, but we do see that grab banish combo with the bees here in hand, just waiting on maybe attack +30 to go alongside it as well. Thankfully, there is no double star here in play on Raku's side, so it won't be an amazing amount of damage, but it's still going to do some good damage. Oh, I like the play of retreating to the Sanctuary panel. This will mean less healing overall for Raku as well.
Could we be seeing a Q-Force coming out with, Oh no, just
No.
That was interesting. With the grab revenge and then the area grab to follow up, I was kind of expecting a Kernel Force to come out there, but I guess not. And now Raku is using a grab banish of their own, so all this area Imasuka just took will already be lost.
You see, the thing here is, I'm not sure if I like this play. I think taking the bees here was the best possible play you could have done for, including going into Tomahawk, because this grab banish might get you back your area, but you're still susceptible to a Kernel Force play, or even a Wraithman. Oh, okay. So we do know Kernel Force is not in play because Elect Pulse was just put into play here, and that's E-coded.
Yeah, so it will be much harder for Imasuka to land all these combos with the E-code chips now that their Beast Out has expired, so it'll be interesting to watch and see how they play around that. And now we see Raku going for that Bubble Star Doll Thunder combo. That could be a huge amount of damage if it connects.
Oh, okay. Really quickly in Twitch chat, Player Zero, thank you for the correction. Healing amount is not affected by Holy Panel from roll, so that's really good information to have. You still get the normal amount of healing, you just lose a little bit of the damage if your opponent's on the Holy Panel. Thank you for that, PC.
Yeah, and thankfully for Imasuka, they were able to stand on that Holy Panel for the Bubble Star Doll Thunder, so they just took essentially the normal... Ooh, the Kernel Force comes out, but with no Beast Out and with Raku on the Holy Panel and -1 area, we saw that Q-Force actually did barely any damage.
I think saving it for the Beast Overage play was much more important for Imasuka here.
Yeah, and we're actually already on to turn 10. We could be already getting close to a damage judge situation.
No, oh, you know what? I think going for Element Man would... Okay, there's the wood for you. Oh, there's the
anti-damage. And just clipped with the machine gun.
Almost avoided it. I would go T-Hawk. You have plus area. There's no reason not to go T-Hawk right now. We already saw Element Man. I think we saw both Element Mans. Yeah, this is just a better play.
Oh, the corner M-Knuckle with +30.
5 hits! Oh my goodness. Meteor Knuckle is disgusting.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've ran it, but I definitely need to start using Meteor Knuckle more often again. It's definitely a extremely powerful Giga.
Here I come, rougher than the rest of them? The best of them? Tougher than another? Oh man. There it is, Beat once again rearing its ugly head around the corner. Ah, jeez. Oh, nice trade. This is a better trade for Suka here, though, simply because the Judgman's paralysis lasts a lot longer than the Erase Man's paralysis here. So there could be a possible follow-up for Suka. Not sure what it would be, though. Interesting. Are we opting to throw away the anti-navi here, or do we keep it? You could go for a cross change here, maybe pressure with Tomahawk, but there is the chance that Suka can go into Fire Burner to punish that, or even go into Charge Cross or Heat Cross to punish that as well. I'm not sure what the best play is for this certain scenario. Maybe just throwing away the anti-navi is best. Ooh. Raku maybe trying to land this Groundman SP, but failing to buster off whatever trap that is in the hands of Suka. And there's a beast out. Finally, it's here. Oh, but dodging the Elect Pulse first. Oh, but the Elect Sword. Nice. Amazing value and completely dodging the Groundman thanks to the Beast Jump here via the Beast Charge. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, so we've seen this round a much better round for Imasuka so far, where we've seen the power of those E-code combos.
Going Dust here, pretty interesting. Helps you find these chips faster too. Yeah, I think this is a good play. I like this. What's funny is that even though you cross change, you're still gonna get smacked. Oh, unless they cross change too. Never mind.
Oh, and we see the Q-Force coming out, but oh wow, it's still coming out on that first column, even with the area grab from Raku.
Okay, the only way to punish this exact scenario is with either Element Man SP or having Fireburner in hand to just punish Tomahawk for coming out into play here.
And we
But
see
it's so scary.
the Bees plus 30. This with the Q-Force, that we're about to see a huge swarm of bees. This could be the game right here.
Oh man, I don't know if I want to see all these bees. This is straight up PvP combat. Oh no! And the anti-damage. Oh my goodness. So you had a bee day. The bees blew you away. Bees, 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 bees. Jeez. Yeah, I hate bees, yo. I really do. Buzz, buzz. Oh man, that was upsetting. I'm sorry, Suka. Well, that was an interesting match. Really good play from both players. Unfortunately for Suka, I think Raku was kind of just used to getting put into this fast gauge situation and was able to play around Suka's strategy a little well there. Really well played, Raku. That being said, unfortunately, it is my time to disappear as well, back into the undernet, where bases. No bias, but I like to hang out with my real friends. But I will be swapping out here, and taking my place will be Nerith, returning once more.
Yeah, take care, Soul. It's always great having you on the stream. So that was definitely a extremely hype match, and well played to both sides.
All right, take care.
And welcome back to the stream, Nareth.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, so I believe our next set of the day is Salad versus Desmond.
Yes, so I believe this is our first time seeing these two players on stream today. We saw some of Desmond's matches last week. So for Desmond, we see the A. We just saw the Beast Rush folder from Imasuka and the E code, and A code is in many ways similar to E code with the Elect Pulse 2 Windrak Beast combos, but with A code you also see the Aqua Sword, the Risky Honey, and of course the Spout Man SP instead of Element Man SP.
Yeah, definitely this folder coming out from Desmond. It's pretty interesting in terms of the split. You could call it a duo code folder because it's using both A and B, and it's even opting to take only the Blast SP out of B, whereas normally you see Proto Man SP coming with it as well, right? Well, actually, no, it does have both, so it really is just a dual code, taking all three SP navis from both codes. So there's a lot of damage coming out from it in terms of obviously the B code SP navi potential, on top of the all of the A code damage and Windrak into Windrak combos. It's a really interesting setup, and what's also important to note is that it is opting to take base anomaly instead of attack plus 30, or instead of meteor knuckle, which is usually what you would take to check slash cross coming out from Gregar's. But the base anomaly is a lot of damage if it actually does connect on its opponent, if the field doesn't have like perma holes that could mess with the base anomaly, or if you can just point blank the base anomaly. The damage is, it's not higher than the maximum value meteor knuckles that you could get, but the requirement for landing it is pretty different too. You don't really need as many area grabs to try and get the damage from a base anomaly, and that is going to be relevant here because Desmond is only running 3 area grabs, whereas a lot of players opt for 4 or even 5 area grabs.
Yeah, and then if we go over to Salad setup, we see actually a very interesting folder here with some I guess, new tech. We see some L code with 2 Elect Dragons and an uninstall. When we actually, there's actually quite a lot of defense in this folder from Salad. There's the 3 invisible, 3 anti-damage, and life aura. But then we also see a barrier 200 and K code to go along with the Erase Man SP. And then we even see a bubble wrap and Z code to go with the Grab Revenge and Sanctuary. So that is quite a bit of defense from Salad in this folder. And we also see the 2 T code SP Navis, Tomahawk Man and Tengu Man, which I think are super underrated. They give a lot of coverage, especially against Gregor.
Yeah, definitely their coverage is a little bit better against Gregor, and I agree, they are underrated. They're just their raw damage, even if you're not getting a ×2 hit, is still enough to compete with like Proto-Man SP, Blast-Man SP, only a little bit lower, and actually Tengu Man being a little bit higher than both of those when you connect with 2 of them, 320 as opposed to 290 and 250, and Tomahawk Man beating out Blastman SP as long as it's not on grass. So really interesting, both players having folder pack 1, so they're running 6 megas instead of 5, and choosing to run 3 SP Navis, so the amount of damage coming out from their megas is going to be huge. And like you mentioned, there's a lot of defense coming out from Salad. But it's really interesting because this defense is, it's like placed throughout these different codes, right? The U code, K code, and Z code. There's defense in all 3 of them, from the barrier 200, the bubble wrap, and the life aura. So there's going to be just a lot of turns where Salad can lock in some defense along with an offensive or utility option.
Yeah, it's definitely a very well thought out folder. And also looking at their Navi custs, they're both pretty similar. We actually see both of them with the folder pack 1. It's just that Desmond has extra HP, whereas Salad opted for an attack max.
Yeah, and one last interesting note that I want to make here is that this A code setup from Desmond is actually it originates from Salad. Like this build is, I think, almost identical to what Salad runs. So Desmond basically choosing to play Salad's folder here for this Blood Moon.
Yeah, I think the only difference with Desmond's is that he added some extra area grabs. And also has those 2 B code Navis. I think Salad instead had like a Groundman SP splash for coverage against Slash. But yeah, apart from those minor differences, it is extremely similar to what Salad was running before.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting set, I feel, and we'll see if Salad's previous folder with these previous build with these slight modifications is going to win out against Salad's new folder. That's a very interesting choice right off the bat.
Yeah, going for the first turn Beast out, you don't see that too often.
Yeah, and I'm gonna assume this is gonna be a lot of beast charges, which are gonna be a ton of damage with the attack max. Usually you only see attack 4 or even just attack 1 coming out from Falzar.
Yeah, it's definitely the Falzar beast charges aren't quite as strong as the Gregor ones. They actually can do a lot more raw damage compared to Gregor's beast charges, but the problem is they need like to be confirmed. But ooh, the life aura coming out from Desmond though, that is gonna completely wall off those null beast charges.
Yeah, luckily these chips just have great value even when you're just using them like this. The anti-damage and the fast gauge here.
Yeah, and so... Oh, go ahead.
And Salad did still sneak in a single 100 damage clip off of that first beast charge, which also you'll notice didn't set Desmond to a blinking status. It's only the second hit that actually makes you start blinking.
Yeah, and so this is actually very similar to that last match we saw between Raku and Imasuka. Both players have the double fast gauge, so... And we already saw one come out from both players in that first round, so like the last match, this one will be almost entirely played in fast gauge. Ooh. Desmond manages to slide past the wind rack on the ice panels, but that Tengu Man will still clear out that life aura and anti-damage.
Yeah, just massive value from Tengu Man. Even not even necessarily the SP. The SP had nothing to do with it. Just a Tengu Man star would have done the same job there. So you can see how it can deal with two defenses at the same time.
Yeah, I think Tengu Man in Asterisk code is definitely, especially for Gregor, can be a pretty solid choice. Ooh.
Yeah, Salad returning the favor there, protecting her life aura by stepping into Desmond in the middle of that beast rush. And then none of the damage just turned connected.
Yeah, I think the connection here was probably around like 60%. I'm not sure who was hosting, but I wonder if maybe the connection is playing into both players here being able to step past the beast rack and keep their life auras.
Yeah, I do think depending on the connection and the speed and delay, you can definitely react to it and step into your opponent.
Ooh, and now we'll see if Salad can get the double life sword. Ooh, and it looks like she gets it, but it's gonna be interrupted by this Erase Man.
So Salad tossing that area grab away there. Not sure if it was intentional, but also not sure how much extra value Salad would have gotten from that partial area lock to the back. Ooh, and that Meteor Knuckle in the corner. I'm not sure how many hits that was. It looked like 4 or 5 hits, but either way, a lot of damage coming out. And Spoutman SP not gonna line up.
Ooh, and we see the full area lock from Salad here, but Desmond popping that invisible, so Salad won't be able to take advantage of it just yet. But now we see that Erase Man SP, which will remove that invisible from Desmond.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is that this barrier 200 is going to play into Desmond possibly wanting to stand in place and try to back B at the start of this next turn. So this might help Salad just step down and confirm this Erase Man SP.
Ooh, and yeah, we see the Judge Man coming out, but
yeah, unfortunately for Desmond, oh, actually it does break the barrier 200 there.
it was because Salad was invisible. When you're invisible, there's some attacks that count as dealing like a huge extra number of hits to a barrier and instantly destroy it. And Judge Man books are one of those attacks that counts as doing like multiple hits against a barrier if they're invisible.
A very interesting fact, and I do vaguely recall that being the case.
But now we see Desmond with the area advantage, but Salad immediately using the grab revenge into the Sanctuary.
Ooh, Judge Man a little bit too early, but gets some value here because Desmond time freeze countered it with an area grab.
Yeah, that was definitely a missed TFC from Desmond there. Ooh, and managing to step the risky honeys. And now we see those two Elect Dragons with the uninstall.
Yeah, if Desmond doesn't have any defense left, and Desmond does only have 2 invis and 2 anti-damage in their folder, then this should be able to close it out. So we see the end of Salad's folder here, but Desmond being at 1 HP, it isn't going to matter too much unless Desmond still has something really big up his sleeve. And Salad closes out with that final P shot. Erase Man from Desmond, not going to connect here. And you can see Salad kind of taking a tour of her own area, stepping on every cracked panel to break them right off the bat. Desmond doing the same here as the two players trade area grabs. Ooh, Salad not able to squeeze out that Erase Man SP. Gonna hold on to it and try to line up for this turn, it looks like. Unfortunately, not able to connect with the Erase SP, and Desmond retaliating with this Spout SP.
We'll see if the connects the normal Erase Man, punishing that charge shot from Desmond.
Yeah, and as Desmond, you've really got to be asking, was that attack 1 Dust charge shot worth the decross and paralysis that you're now going to have to either beast or cross cancel out of?
Yeah, I think that's a trade that Salad was willing to take every time. I mean, it does also break that panel, but I don't think that's really that big of a concern for Salad right now.
Yeah, and I believe Salad is locking in this Elect Dragon. I think it has uninstall. And there it is, connect.
And we're seeing the ground cross come out for Desmond here. That's a interesting choice of cross.
Yeah, not exactly the most reliable charge shots here, but it is going to provide Desmond with super armor, even though he has been uninstalled. Ooh, and very nice play from Salad there, managing to step the Aqua Sword. The Wind Rack does connect with the Barrier 200, but the Barrier 200 was already damaged there. Didn't have much left in it. Ooh, and just like that, Desmond loses another turn of Beast out. And Salad even managing to avoid one of the Elect Pulse 2s there, and blocking the other one with an anti-damage while putting up another anti-damage at the end of turn. Desmond's just kind of getting walled off a little bit here. Even if the Pulse 2s were to connect, it is on Sanctuary, so half damage.
And so one other thing about Desmond's folder is the only chip he has to clear a Sanctuary is his Element Man and Asterisk code. He doesn't have any of the Elect Dragons in A, so unless Desmond has that Element Man, this Sanctuary could actually be a huge problem for him.
Yeah, it's definitely been kind of holding him at bay for quite some time.
And we see the Proto Man coming out here, but that will not be able to break the Holy Aura from Salad, so...
Yeah, both players playing a little bit slow here, but it feels like with the current defenses that Salad has up, there's a lot more pressure on Desmond to make a move here and pull the chips necessary to break through these defenses.
Ooh, and we could be seeing ooh, this will lock Desmond into that Tomahawk Man SP.
Yeah, clean 280 here connecting and comboing thanks to uninstall into this Tengu Man SP.
Yeah, Tomahawk Man SP is actually so strong. To do that much damage and not even cause blinking is pretty insane. And it also covers 2 crosses, 1 in each version. It's actually it's a lot of value for 1 chip.
So this charged Risky Honey coming up from Desmond here, going to be dealt with by using this Invisible. And there's the Bubble Wrap. I think Desmond has already used all 3 Elect Pulses in his folder, so I'm not sure if there's any other way for him to get rid of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he still has Judgment or not.
I think both players have used Judgment.
Windrak removed it, but too little, too late. We see the Neovari Sonic Boom into the Buster Shot finish.
Yeah, very well played to Salad and Desmond there. But we could see that some really clean defensive play, as well as kind of patiently playing around all of those defenses. And in Salad's folder, Barrier 200 gains so much mileage, actually, just so much value. And then the 3 anti-damages, 3 invis, Life Aura, Bubble Wrap, Sanctuary, just so much defense in this folder, kind of walling off Desmond's beast turns, along with just really clean movement, honestly from both sides, but a little bit more value being squeezed out from a Salad side, thanks to just the heavy amount of defenses stopping almost all damage for such an extended period of time.
Yeah, it was definitely a very interesting set. Falzer versus Falzer fast gauge matchup. But we just saw that Desmond didn't really have the answers he needed to all of those defensive options from Salad. So it's definitely a very interesting set to watch. But I think that's actually gonna be it for me for now. Soul will be jumping back on, so I might be back later though, but bye for now.
All right, thanks, Symes, and welcome back to Soul. Okay, I think there's some technical difficulties going on at the moment with Soul.
Sorry guys, so I think Soul got stuck in the internet tubes. Give us a few minutes to sort this out. I see you, BitMuffin! I appreciate you! Okay everyone, can you give us your energy so we can summon Soul back on stream?
Comes off the Spirit Bomb energy, or I guess in this case the Soul Bomb energy.
Alright, is he back?
This whole bomb energy. Yes, sir, I'm back. Thanks for bringing me back on, guys. Let's finish up the rest of the stream and get things going. Chocolate, I'm sorry. I will not be coming back for the Knuckles song.
Okay, so I think our next set update is Uvu versus Godon.
We've
So
seen Uvu earlier today. Yeah, definitely. But now we're going to be seeing a new player with a Godon. What do you think about their setups?
So it is the Airshoes 1500 HP Gregar setup. So I think it's really interesting that just in terms of looking at the Navicusts in Gregar, right? You've got basically these two different thresholds, 2200 for the Chunk Gregar, and then 1500 HP for Gregars that want a little bit more utility as a trade-off for that extra HP. And so those are basically the two different Navicust setups that you see from that version. And in terms of the build, it's kind of interesting to see Godon setup here, because it is B code, and we've seen I think at least one other B code Gregar. And it's always interesting to see which chips they tend to take out of B code, because with these two machine gun 3s that Godon has elected to bring to the table, there's a little bit more value you squeeze out of it with Erase Cross, for example, and then obviously it's just a solid chip overall. It does great damage. D-Cross is dust, D-Cross is ground cross, and also just destroys traps. So just overall really solid. But there's so many great chips in B code, and I generally view a 1500 HP Gregar setup as a little bit being, more focused on chip damage, just a little bit more. Because I feel like if you wanted a 2200 HP, or if you were planning on running 2200 HP, you'd lean a little bit more heavily into charge shots, into beast charges, and kind of abusing that extra HP to just trade blows with your opponent. Whereas chip damage, Gregar's chip damage is pretty impressive with the flat boosts, with the plus 30 for the cursor chips with Erase, but also just the plus 50s coming out from Heat and Elec. Those can always be really nasty to deal with. So it's important not to underestimate that damage. But Godon has chosen, this just two machine gun 3s, just wants those cursor chips to deal with his opponent, and then the SP Navis from B code, always a good choice, always good damage coming out from them. And the rest of it actually looks kind of like a standard Gregar setup that you would see recovery 300s in a 1500 HP setup. Also not as common as in 2200 HP setups, right? Where you get that extra buffer of HP, so you aren't going to get bursted down before you reach your recovery 300s. Still, it's not a lot of folders that can necessarily burst a 1500 HP setup down before you can reach any of your recovery 300s. But with only Cust 1, it can be a bit challenging depending on times 2s from your opponent or massive D-Cross hits. So definitely kind of an unorthodox folder. At the same time, it's running these things that you would consider relatively commonplace. It's just a combination. The way in which it combines them is not something you see that often.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot to dissect going into this match, man. I feel like Godon is in a really good place in this matchup. I think B code's just really solid. There's nothing you can do wrong here. Pretty standard stuff going on. But we'll see how he interacts with that fast gauge in the first place. Oh, excuse me, not fast gauge. With Uvu's humor bug and different combos in that 8 code folder he has set up. I don't know how that's gonna weigh in on the match, especially since Godon has a lot lower HP than the new standard Gregar Chunk Cust. But we'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah, and I think with that we can jump right into the set.
Alright, just waiting for the players to join up into the match here. You know, it's actually really funny. These are pre-recorded. I don't think people don't know that already, but these can be clipped out if you use the VDub editor and just kind of like use the snipping tool to get like certain things out of this, or we don't have to sit here watching. But
yeah, personally, I actually like seeing
I didn't learn that
people's,
till recently, so
I like seeing people's names and like comment in this screen.
that's
but-
true.
So I actually kind of like that. People tend to have a a funny name comment combination or something, or being a little bit cheeky here. So that is something
Usually
we
I
miss
have
out.
something really edgy.
That's true. But yeah, so that is something we miss out on when we jump right into a set. But unfortunately, this looks like Godon took an extremely long time to connect to Uvu here. So I'm wondering. Oh, and there it is. Godon custom message. All right. And with that, we are jumping right into the set. And Uvu pulling Spoutman SP on this ice field turn 1. So that is a really big deal. If it connects, it is going to do quite a bit of damage here. Especially the ×2 potential with the humor bug.
Yeah, the humor bug is what really makes the difference here, right? That ×2 factor
Oh,
is just
no.
always so scary. Yikes. Oh, should have waited. But I mean, oh, yeah, actually, you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. That's
Yeah.
×2 damage. That's a lot of damage. You throw and tank cannon.
Oh,
×2.
oh, that was
Dang.
so close to connecting.
Dang.
But that has to be terrifying
Too
for Godon.
close. The mine, oh, but not the ×2. Oh, how unfortunate. Okay, so we know that it's in the center at this point, right?
I think
either
it's
in the
center
center-
top.
Yeah. So you kind of just avoid that situation entirely. Oh, this is actually a really good field for the Aqua Needles here.
Yeah, Uvu is going to be able to get an extra hit from these Aqua Needles, thanks to the freeze due to ice panels.
What I find really weird about Aqua Needles is how they coded it into the game. Like the first Aqua Needle, it shoots 3, right? The first Aqua Needle will cause flashing, so the second 2 don't hit. So in this case, the first Aqua Needle will freeze, the second one will cause the flash. If I'm remembering this correctly, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Really unfortunate how they coded that chip. I really wish it was just, I don't know, like Neo Vari, how the first attack doesn't flash and the second one doesn't either. You know, like
That would
why
just
did
make
you?
it. It would just make it too strong. They would have to decrease the damage value on it.
Fair enough. But okay, but make the first 2 not flash and the last one flash.
I mean, that's still 3 hits. They would still have to
That's still-
decrease the damage. Especially with a Spoutman ×2 charge on it.
That's fair. I would take the decrease if it's gonna work properly. You know, like
Well, what's interesting to think about is the PvP application versus the PvE application, because in a normal playthrough, one of the great things about Aqua Needle is that it targets different viruses, right? So each needle will actually hit a different virus if there's multiple viruses on the field. So it's nice for like speedy deletions basically, especially combined with Spout Cross ×2 charge. So there's that to think about too, right? The balance wasn't just for PvP. There's also you have to think about it holistically.
that's true.
But definitely, I think they did think through like whether or not each hit flinches, especially considering they made exceptions for stuff like Neo Variable Sword, where the first hit doesn't flinch, and even just like the default Beast charges,
Yeah.
the Falzar and Gregar Beast charge, the first hit doesn't flinch, but the second hit does, regardless of whether or not both connect.
That's true.
There is an element trap on the field, and Master Cross sneaks in through the Life Aura.
A nice clean 700. Oh wait, actually, I don't even think that was 700 because
That is not 700.
that is definitely not 700. I think it missed some of the hits in the back, right?
Okay, so these Erase Tails connecting from Godon, they are going to get rid of that element trap, as well as just doing a good chunk of damage to Uvu, so it's fairly close now. But Uvu does have this Wind Rack in hand to deal with the Life Aura, and because the Wind Rack obviously is star-coded, it can be paired with any of these options here.
I'm not sure if going for defenses here is really good, right? Like, or rather going for Tomahawk here is really good. You don't have any area to capitalize off the Tomahawk charge shot, but you do have Knuckles, right? You can easily get a ×2 with Knuckles with Humor Bug, right? So I'm not sure what the thought process is here.
So yeah, this Tomahawk, it does get used to safely burn Rush, giving access to this Invis. So I think that was just plain safe. Oh yeah, and the Meteor Knuckles.
Wow.
That's enough hits. It's a corner
Wow.
Meteor Knuckles, does get quite a good number of hits in, and gets a deletion on Godon there. So I think Uvu was playing safe, and using Tomahawk Status Guard to burn Rush, ignoring the paralysis effect there, gain access to that second Invis, popping it, just to protect against a potential Kernel Force, right?
Sure.
So I think that is so I think Uvu was trying to make a big brain safe play there to close out that game, and not sure if Godon had Kernel Force there, but either way there was no opportunity to use it.
Honestly, those hits were very fortunate. Yeah, like to get 5 hits when you need it.
Was that 5 or was it 4? I think it was only 4 necessary to. Oh, actually no. Yeah, you're right. That was 5, wasn't it?
I think it was 5, yeah. Oh, and there goes the mine, and there's only 3 spaces where it can go, and the anti-damage is just gonna eat that up. Oh, so for the viewers who don't know, corner Knuckles, if you catch someone in a corner of the field, or even like in that space where the perma hole is, if someone's in that space, they'll take the max amount of hits from Meteor Knuckles. So you really want to catch the opponent in a corner when using Meteor Knuckles so that we can get the most amount of value out of it. If your opponent's standing in the center of the field, they'll probably get hit like 1 or 2 times, which is about average for Meteor Knuckles. But if you really want value, full area lock them into the back row, or catch them in one of those corners, and you'll get some explosive results.
Yeah, so Meteor Knuckles, its targeting is based on the opponent's position. So it's centered on the opponent's position on the field, and it fires a predetermined number of Knuckles. I forget the exact number, somewhere in the vicinity of 15 or 16, I think. Ooh, that white-capsuled Aquanito does connect, so all 3 hits land there. Unfortunately, this ×2 Judgment does not connect.
Unfort. But this Element Man will, and to try and tide over this differential in HP here, oh, jeez. It's really tough, this 50-50 with Erase here. Oh, nice. Ooh, with the standing still.
Yeah, I think Uvu might want to just use Shield here and try to, just block the hit instead.
Yeah, I think that's definitely better. They ended up taking like almost 300 damage because of that, you know?
But yeah, the Meteor Knuckles, it's not necessarily a given that you need a cover, or you need a corner for maximum hits, or that standing in the center, you get less hits. Because depending on the area, the shape of the area, your opponent could be standing dead center, but because they only have a little bit of area around them, it'll be like they're in a corner, right? So what you're really counting is the panel they're on, and how many panels are directly around them that they are in possession of. So here's a get and play into Race Tail.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Oh my god! Yo, the bees! The bees! Oh, you want to hold B button? I got something for that one. Jeez.
That was a quick reversal. It looked like a pretty decent turn for Godon, but Ufu just had the answer to that Gregor Vulcan spam.
Buzz buzz.
And 2 more sets of Risky Honey 3 here. One thing I find interesting about the Risky Honey series is the different movement speeds of the bees based on which chip in the series you're using. This Raceman does connect, and it will destroy Ubu's trap here.
Yo, Gregor Buster is just so strong, jeez. Oh, surviving the tail end of the Kernel Force. Just gotta dodge a few more busters, make it to the next round. Oh, okay. Uvu made it.
Ooh, and this is gonna be a tough call here in terms of what chips Uvu wants to bring in. Obviously, this defense, you know, you're gonna want to bring in this Invis, but are you gonna gamble on getting these Meteor Knuckle hits, enough Meteor Knuckle hits to take down your opponent? Or are you maybe going to go for this Spout SP into the Elect Pulse? Because that would also, if Spout SP connects, that would also take Godon down here. Ooh, so
Okay.
Rush gets burned.
Oh, you're in the corner. That's the last place you want to be. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the recover. Yo.
And Ubu does not have undershirt in this build, so not even falling to 1 HP there.
Always bring a shirt. Actually, you know what? In that situation, I don't think Ubu could have done anything anyway, right? Because you have the end lag of the drag effect from the drag. And by the time you get back to that panel, you could just press your B button for that one little ping, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit more impactful if your opponent uses something that actually makes you start blinking, right? Because then you have those invulnerability frames that you can use to just step away, or rather invisibility.
I want to see this times 2. This times 2 fist. Oh, it's not? But should have waited.
Oh,
The counter hit tank cannon! Yo!
counter hit tank cannon right as Godon's trying to charge tackle.
No. That was awesome. I don't like this area right now, though. Uvu in a very tight situation. A Kernel Force turn 2 is real here, but so are bees. Bees are very real. There, do you think bees are real?
These aren't real. They can't hurt me.
They cannot hurt me, bro. Alright, let's see what happens. These are in hand.
Ooh, and yeah, this is a slash cross turn. Oh! An extra set of bees.
Oh my, the damage! The damage!
Wow. And I don't think Uvu burned Rush yet, so this Invis is gonna sneak through on that time freeze. Gonna provide Uvu with quite a bit of safety for almost half this turn.
Nice. And remembering that the shield is in play, going for the back B to block some of these charge shots from Slash Cross. The
Bit of a
power
freeze there.
shield.
But yeah, able to mitigate some of this damage and kind of make it more awkward for the Gregor player to land these slash cross charge shots. Because if you're releasing them, basically as soon as you finish charging, then it becomes really simple for the Falzar player for the shield user rather to just block them. So then it becomes kind of a timing mind game as well.
Yo, quick question. If you have air shoes, right, it doesn't affect PAs, right? So Mastercross will not hit on these holes, right? Or does he?
Good question.
Okay, I guess we'll never know. Waiting for this ×2 proc. There it is. No, it's too late. Gotta wait a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. You're in a slow gauge turn, so the time you have, there it is. Mastercross ×2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and explosion. Oh my God.
Leaving 1 HP. But this is gonna be. Oh no, the area came back, and that panel came back as well. Ooh, but another get.
This get will save Godon. Nice. Oh wow, making it through the turn, even after such a powerful attack.
Yeah, but this could be the end for Godon here, unless quite a bit of defense would come through. And I'm not sure if Godon has used both recovery 300s yet. Ooh, Invis. This is gonna buy Godon time.
Oh, okay, okay. Only 1 HP. You gotta make something happen. Oh no, both chip charges missed. Oh, and there it is. Ooh, okay, ×2 Mastercross. I'm with it.
Yeah, that was quite a ×2 Mastercross. Just a solid 1000 damage there. But yeah, well played to both players. I
For
think
sure.
Godon was at 1050-ish, and then it just made almost all of that HP evaporate.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. You know,
Yeah,
you hate to see your HP drop so fast.
Yeah, so that undershirt getting a little bit of value, giving Godon a little bit more time to work with, blocking, one of those hits, stopping it from being a straight deletion from 1050 to 0, but still 1050 to 1 instead. But yeah, well played to Uvu and Godon.
Very well played indeed. And for the next match, it looks like we have Nonstop Mop versus Desmond. Or Des, for if you fancy. Okay, taking a look here at setups. Nonstop Mop playing some G-Code with Static and Heat Dragon. Most likely to combo off with Uninstall here. Really interesting not opting to play the Wood Dragon, which is usually the big pull of playing G-Code dragons, right? Is the fact that you can throw out the Wood Dragon to possibly get rid of Sanctuary panels, and then throw out a Heat Dragon on top of it to get that nice double damage going.
Yeah, definitely it's a little bit strange to not have Wood Dragons in combination with Heat Dragons in G-Code. Like you said, it is a kind of a common combination, and pretty potent combination too. And I'm not sure I know or understand the logic behind running 2 Heat Dragons. Especially in Falzar, where it's not like you can charge the Heat Dragon or get the flat boost, right, from Heat Cross. But it is, I guess, that is one extra fire chip. So if your opponent is running something a little bit more Tomahawk oriented, that would counter it. But Tomahawk oriented, wood charging builds kind of not being played very much right now. So kind of out of the meta right now. Not that they're weak, simply people choosing not to play them at the moment.
Yeah, they are very viable strategies. Just chip charging any wood, like chip charging a high boomer for ×2 for 280 is really good, right? So we see a lot more now, just flexible. Like if I have the grass and I'm playing Falzar, yeah, I'll chip charge it, but it's not the focal point of the folder, right? And even Nonstop Mop could possibly have the option to chip charge it, since he is playing Falzar. So a Wood Dragon doing ×2 to deal with any auras would be really useful. Maybe even going a 1-1 if you really want to play dragons, you know. I think a 1-1 split is perfectly fine. Because looking at the folder, we see Anubis 2 poison seeds in the panel grabs, right? And I think that's where the rest of the G codes are going. It's to set up this Poison Flower endgame alongside the Baghdad Thunder. So maybe that's why we don't see the dragons in there, is because the space is being reserved for Poison Flower setup.
That's true, but for sure you can just take 1-1, one Wood Dragon, one Heat Dragon, and it's not like you really lose anything. Gives you a little bit more flexibility. For example, that gives you a little bit of extra coverage against Electros and Gregar. Won't be relevant this matchup, but you know, when you're facing Gregar players, which there were a lot of this cycle,
Oh yes.
gives you that edge over them, and kind of keeps them on their toes. But in any case, like you mentioned, Nonstop Mop is running this BDT Poison Pharaoh setup, which, you know, I respect. I really like what Nonstop Mop has been doing with this build, especially with the crack shoes, right? Cracking panels as you're stepping on them, having that chance, in combination with Warp Step to center themselves. So it's a really interesting build, and I want to see how it performs in this set. And on Desmond's side, we've mentioned it before, this is basically a modified version of one of Salad's folders. So kind of Beast Rush oriented with a double fast gauge as well, kind of going into damage judge a lot, especially versus higher HP setups. Nonstop Mop does not have recovery 300s in their build, so we'll see if Desmond has enough damage to just straight up take Nonstop Mop down, or if it'll go to damage judge. As it is one slow gauge versus 2 fast gauges, there's a higher probability that it will go to damage judge, or that the Baghdad Thunders won't be able to get their full value, right? So we'll just have to see.
Right, let's get into it. Okay, and here we are, looking through the lens of Nonstop Mop here. We immediately see that Dust Cross coming out. Most likely he's going to try to go for this quick suck up, get these bricks for himself before Des does. It's a race to the bricks. Oh, and in fact, opting to just get free damage, because we know that Des is going to go for the suck there, get some static value out of that. That was really nice.
Yeah, and both players being in Dust Cross here, Nonstop Mop is holding onto this full cust for next turn, because with the Trash Chute, Nonstop Mop gets a lot more value with the Giga they've chosen and the specific build they've chosen to play. Wants to shuffle Poison Seeds away until late game, and just dig for that HUD batch, the early Baghdad Thunder, excuse me. Unfortunately, not going to pull it quite yet, and kind of an annoying piece comes out, this Anubis. It's not a horrible chip even by itself, but it's definitely not what you want to see.
Right. Okay, area grab will be combated with an anti-damage. Unfortunately, that won't do too much. Neither will this panel grab, only getting back one of those panels that you lost. But this Erase Man lineup will be taken, and that's a huge momentum swing for Nonstop Mop here, because now the enemy doesn't have dust to sift through their folder.
Yeah, the loss of Dust Cross on Desmond's side, that is going to be... I don't think it'll be a huge problem, because their build is less dependent on it. It's going to be a question of when will Des go into Falzar Beast and start doing the pulse combos, the pulse rack combos. but here's Nonstop Mop's Bug Depth Thunder. This might be what Desmond is waiting for after all, because the maximum value is going to be interrupting the charge shots, the Dark Thunder charges.
Interesting. Opting to not immediately go for erase there, that was kind of risky. Almost setting yourself up to get like kind of outplayed there. But Erase Man does make its mark. And BDT also makes its appearance. And now there's the slow gauge. At least one BDT Thunderball will make it out. Oh, Desmond trying to deny the BDT there. But unfortunately...
Yeah, Nonstop Mop stepped into Desmond and ended up avoiding the bulk of that damage. Instead, just headbutting Desmond there.
Oh, the leg pulls! Oh, but stop, man. Okay, we'll take
So
it.
Spamming this peak connect does a good chunk of damage. Really good for just a single chip, 360 damage. But yeah, that Elect Pulse too, it just got sucked up. It actually sent Desmond into that Dark Thunder, so...
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because we just drew the two Heat Dragons in hand, and then Nonstop Mob goes into T-Hawk thing, thinking, you know, alright, time to chip charge some Wood Drag. Wait. I don't got it. Unfortunate. Ooh, but we do have uninstall. But opting to keep the defense instead, I like this play. This is really good. Oh, the movement bug is so tricky to deal with.
Yeah, Nonstop Mop here opting to just sit on this defense, kind of knowing that Desmond doesn't have the raw chip damage to take Nonstop Mop down. It's gonna come down to possibly Base Anomaly or Blast Man SP or Proto Man SP to get that extra chunk of damage that can actually threaten Nonstop Mop. So just waiting for one of those to come out. Oh, Nonstop Mop ran out of patience, popped that anti-damage, and that was what Desmond was waiting for. So both players playing this waiting game. I think Nonstop Mop did have the edge thanks to the Dark Thunders, so the pressure I think was on Desmond, so a bit of a small slip up from Nonstop Mop here.
Just a tiny one, as we see we do have defense. Oh, and forgetting that Desmond was in invincibility frames just now. Yeah, you gotta have to take this hit. Cross out to Tomahawk. Interesting. 404 not found. Look at the HP.
Yeah, this is gonna be so it is Tomahawk to protect against any, and that's pretty timely.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
nice.
What a chain! What a chain of chips right there in that time freeze.
Yeah, that was most definitely lethal. At 400 HP, base definitely would have killed there.
And even though the life aura does get taken care of here, it still got a ton of value by blocking that base anomaly.
I don't like the order here. Going for the poison Pharaoh before the area grab. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for on Pharaoh?
I feel you just drop the Pharaoh so you can move on and use the rest of your chips here. Because it's important to note that Desmond doesn't have recovery 300s either. Neither player is packing recovery 300s. What they've brought to the table here is what they've got for HP. So I think you just drop the Pharaoh.
I don't know why we're waiting.
Yeah, this is perplexing because Desmond does not have attack stats. So it will not be easy to destroy this Poison Pharaoh, especially with being in Tengu and not being able to reach the...
You know what? Maybe this is disrespect. Maybe this is saucing. Maybe he just feels so unthreatened that he can just do whatever he wants.
I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
Nah, it's definitely not the case. I'm reaching.
Oh, and getting finished off by that reflector there.
You know what?
And we see Mob also not having undershirt here, so
I think he kind of deserved it.
I feel like that Poison Pharaoh drop, it could have come so much sooner, and
Yeah.
waiting until, you know, that was unfortunate timing, but basically only dropping it after Desmond switched crosses to one that actually has a good ranged option. It's a spout that can actually destroy it in 2 charge shots. That was definitely not great.
Very costly, yeah, for sure. But now we see Eraseman gonna go ahead and decross Des one more time in the second round of this match. And focused in hand of... Oh! Nice punish! And the movement bug once again paying dividends for Non-Stop Mob, effortlessly maneuvering around those bees. You know, I gotta say, I'm really scared for Non-Stop Mob. The play in the first game was a little shady, man. Like,
Well, I think a lot of the play was pretty solid, but you know, that one mix-up, that one mistake with letting that Proto Man SP sneak in when had an advantage if they just played it slow, and then that combined with that questionable Poison Pharaoh timing, it did add up and made the difference so that Desmond could make that comeback. But overall, Non-Stop Mob's play, it isn't too shabby for sure.
you know, okay, for this hand, I kind of really like the end of turn slow gauge. Just so you can clear it out of your hand. Yeah, I think that was the better play. Oh, almost dodged that.
Ooh, not able to pop that invis.
Oh, deciding to keep it. You know what? I respect this. Eraseman will be a little scary though. We haven't seen it on Dez's side just yet. And you're in a corner where your only option is to step backwards. So this could be a very easy confirm for an Eraseman to come out. But we don't see it.
Ooh, and you know, that's an interesting move. Allowing these turns to go by without using those chips, actually not a bad decision, because those were beast turns, and that gave Desmond a lot less time to work with to get all of that damage out and use the beast rush combos. So
Nice.
instantly getting that slow gauge countered by a fast gauge, but still not a bad idea, just letting it go through as fast gauge.
Eraseman finally coming out on Dez's side here. We'll get the decross, but I believe it's just a tad too late. The entire turns for the next few turns, rather, are already set up for Non-Stop Mob. All he needs now is to trigger this BDT and get Poison Pharaoh into play next turn. But again, opting to just hold on to these chips in hand, I think this is actually a good thing again, because now you have something for the Proto Man that's gonna be TFC'd here.
Not only that, but these broken panels that Non-Stop Mob has been creating will also be providing a bit of cover against the Proto Man.
Honestly, everything's looking pretty good for Non-Stop Mob right now. But we'll see how Dez adjusts to this situation. Okay. Oh, but getting rid of that anti-damage. Ooh, this is really bad. Wait, hold on. He still has his anti-damage, right? But didn't he just get hit by...
What was that?
Okay, wait. Is that not
Non-
anti-damage that he has
Non-stop
in hand?
got 2 anti-damages into that turn. So one of them got popped, and the other one,
Okay. Oh.
Desmond was not lined up. So the panels were also broken. So Desmond choosing grass here, not actually able to connect Element Man on non-stop mop while still getting grass.
Yeah, that kind of scared me for a moment there. I was perplexed. And there it is, Poison Feral again, but opting to not just put it on the board. Not sure what the decision making is for this. Obviously, you're trying to protect your Poison Feral, but oh, and there goes a D-Cross.
I think both players have already used their Dust Cross, right? I mean, non-stop mop for sure, but didn't Desmond also use their Dust Cross to get D-Crossed earlier?
Yep, it sure
So
did.
So it can't be out of fear that there's going to be a Dust Suck Up of Poison Pharaoh. But Desmond does switch to... Ooh! 500 damage from Blastman SP on Grass. So we're seeing the results of that Element Man Grass choice earlier. Paying off for Desmond here.
And opting to throw away the Poison Feral after all, not too sure what's going on here, man. But this Heat Dragon will do the job. Oh! The bees.
Yeah,
The
unfortunately,
bees.
that Risky Honey 3 comes out and closes out the set.
Well played to both players here. I feel like Nonstop could have made a few adjustments in this match. Maybe lag had something to do with the play here, but not sure because I think it was honestly just decision making in the end there. Like the beginning halves of these games for Nonstop were really good. Like I feel like Nonstop had pretty much all of the control, but just one or two wrong decisions can really swing the match.
Yeah, definitely how you approach the late game can have a huge impact, especially when you're playing BDT, which is all about controlling that late game. But it is difficult against double fast gauge when you're only running one slow gauge. You can't even force normal gauge for a majority of the match or anything. So well played to Nonstop Mop and Desmond there. And moving into our next set of the day, I believe we have Nonstop Mop versus Salad. And I believe that Soul is going to be taking a step back here, and joining us again is going to be Symes on commentary.
Oh.
I'm sorry guys, but it looks like Symes got stuck in the tubes this time. Please give us a few minutes to sort that out. Okay, sorry for the wait, guys. It seems like Soul and Symes both got stuck in the tubes, and they are very small, by the way. I think they would be about the size of a rush block. It looks like we have Soul again.
Okay, a little bit
Welcome
weird.
back, Soul.
Kind of a revolving doors situation going on right now, but fortunately Symes had something come up, and might be rejoining us later today, but
We at least got him out of the tubes.
You know, honestly, Dance Dance Revolution is one of my favorite games anyway, so this is second nature to me. I'm dancing in and out, boys. What do you want from me?
yeah, in and out. Okay, so let's talk about the setup.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
I mean,
I
we
think
just
we
had
have-
non-stop.
Yeah.
We just had non-stop, and we have looked at Salad setup already. The heavy defense, such a weird folder, so much splash, but like it still feels pretty fluid. And then non-stop with the Poison Pharaoh BDT. So I don't think there's too much to talk about. Maybe just specifically how these two might play out the set. It's gonna be a single slow gauge against two fast gauges again. And there's two full custs here, but it's not regged on Salad side, so that full cust is going to come into play later to kind of smooth out a turn, get defense out, and then rush into the next turn. So
I will say this though, if Nonstop Mop brings the same energy in the match that he had with Des, and going with a few bad decisions here, it will mean death. Salad is on her P's and Q's when it comes to this game, so you really can't slack off. I love him to death, but this is scary. This ain't death. This is real. This is serious business.
yeah, for sure it's going to be scary, especially with Eraseman and Eraseman SP coming out from Salad. That's going to be a heavy counter to Nonstop Mop's Dust Cross and attempted Dust Dig, especially without like a Barrier 200 or Fast Barrier or anything like that. So, gonna have to watch out for that on those initial turns, because Nonstop Mop could get knocked out of Dust very quickly and lose the ability to dig through their folder for Bug to Thunder that much faster. But yeah, so this will be played out most likely in Fast Gauge. And with that, I think we can step into the set.
Alright, let's see it. I'm really interested in seeing the adjustments that Nonstop is going to make for this matchup, because, you know, there's an amount of pressure here when you know you're playing against one of the best, if not the best, players on the server, and it's like, it's tournament, it's mid-bracket, you just feel that pressure, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, 1400 HP is not a lot, but to you, it looks like 10 million. Yeah, at least to me when I play sometimes.
Salad definitely makes you work for that HP, so yeah, it's not a lot, but it's really scary, because typically you're gonna see sometimes 2 plays, you're gonna see those really nasty SP Navis connect and do a ton of damage back. You're gonna see some big HP swings basically, and even if you land some damage on Salad, it's just like it's never over until it's over.
It's never over till it's over. True story. True story. Alright, Groundman SP will connect for some solid damage on Salad here, and the full cust in hand as well. Very nice holding onto it, actually not feeling threatened at all in any sense, especially since knowing that Salad has no access to shoes unless you go into Beast Out or Tengu Cross, for instance. So just camping that top row was probably the best play you could have made in that situation. Really nice.
Ooh, and this is unfortunate. Pulling up this Poison Seed and Anubis here. Definitely not an ideal time. So this is one of the big problems with trying to run Poison Pharaoh. It can be difficult to get all the pieces you need, and then when you only have partial pieces, you basically just gotta throw them into the trash chute.
honestly, I really think that was a great read on Salad's part here. Like, in my opinion, actually, I expected either a Beast Out or a Tengu here, which would have been a really great play. But Salad, knowing that there is Full Cust in hand and it wasn't seen turn 1, the logical sequence of events is that, okay, you held on to it for this turn, so let's punish that. I'm gonna go Dust as well, and maybe I'll get some shuffling out of this.
Oh, no.
No!
Double Life Sword does get messed up here.
No!
And then Erase Man connects.
No!
Ooh, the non-stop doesn't land a static.
No, Grandman SP makes an appearance for even more damage. What just happened?
Yeah, definitely some oopsies from both players here this turn. Salad down to 500 HP though, so...
You know what? I don't think Nonstop feels any kind of like bad about it. I think he's okay. Yeah, I think he had the nice end of the stick here.
Well, the static would have been a pretty big deal. I believe that ball was connected to it, and then I mean, it would have been bringing Salad that much closer to deletion, and I guess a player like Salad, it's just that every little bit of damage counts because it's gonna be so hard to finish her off. Grab Revenge connecting at least for a clean 120.
And there it is, area in possession of Nonstop.
Ooh, and back row access possibly? Oh no, it's gonna get denied by this Erase Man. This is going to destroy the anti-damage and paralyze and decross.
And the time will run out. Oh, but the TFC! Oh. We do get it. We do get the back row opportunity here, so Salad's going to have to really pay attention to that back row to make sure a Poison Barrel doesn't get dropped down there, especially since there's no more access to Dust Cross on her side. This is going to be relatively simple. Maybe camping back and dancing on that panel, or maybe even having Judge Man or something of the sort to get these panels back.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a huge issue, but if Salad doesn't have any of those answers in hand, then it is going to make her positioning a little bit more predictable, and that might be what Nonstop Moth needs to close out this final 407 HP from Salad.
Yes, but of course we have to find a way to deal with this trap in Salad's hand here. And there it is. Judgment does come out. There goes those panels back to her side safely. And the the warp snap! Yeah, let's go! Oh, you can't move. You have to live here. Yeah, that makes sense. You have to live here now. I know Salad's not too happy about that one.
One possible answer to the back row Poison Pharaoh, even if it comes out, would be the Tengu Man SP, but that might come a little bit too late, because that damage when Salad is already down to 407 HP might not be something that can be shrugged off, right? Ooh,
you know, oh, back. You should have took it. Don't be scared of the feathers. This is something we all do. But you had.
That is a questionable choice to hold on and trade Element Man to get rid of the anti-damage in exchange for 560 damage. The Tengu D-Cross, just a huge hit, and yeah, just like I mentioned before, you can see how quickly there's a bit of a reversal. Nonstop Mob only having a 500 HP lead now, when it used to look like it was such a substantial lead. You know, like more than 1,000 HP difference.
Yeah, I think that was just a lack of awareness in that situation. Oh, now Rush. Maybe there's a punish behind this for Salad, but I doubt it. Yeah, just Sanctuary. But being able to get Bug Death Thunder out this turn is really big here too. Although your opponent still has access to this ever-present Tomahawk Cross, Tomahawk Beast form here.
This is a really dangerous situation for Nonstop Mob, because I think Salad still has access to Life Aura as well. So Holy Aura would lock the Bug Depth Thunders into irrelevance, right? So this Poison Seed, throwing a Poison Seed is going to potentially deal with these Holy Panels, but if Salad can step under it, then she'll be able to save almost all of them. And once you use that Poison Seed, you're gonna break up your Pharaohs, your Poison Pharaoh, so you're only gonna be able to use them piece by piece at that point. Oh, this is my opportunity.
Oh, but the order again. You gotta take the area grab first. But this is pretty good because now you have Holy Aura of your own.
Ooh, and Nonstop Mob just doesn't have the time to center themselves. Thanks to that Warp Step, they want to get into a position to throw the Poison Seed and wipe out all of those Holy Panels, but there isn't enough time to crack and then break these panels.
You know, I really like the idea of at least being able to drop down Anubis, but maybe playing one more Poison Seed might have to be the strat if you want to use it to out something like Sanctuary. Otherwise, it's probably just better to play Element Man or something similar. Oh, this is actually a pretty good situation. Oh, the area grab. Okay, you know what? I respect this decision. Oh, that actually worked out really well. Oh, but, you know, just gonna stand right under that. Not gonna lose my Sanctuary panels for no reason.
And with this, in Fast Gauge, for sure the damage is just not... it's not there. In Slow Gauge, you can kind of squeeze out a bit of value, and there comes the Slow Gauge, so this is gonna be a bit of damage here.
Oh, Erase Man! What a punish!
And it's knowing time out on it, so this is just guaranteed. Salad will just let it time out and both destroy the trap, damage Nonstop Mob, and destroy the Anubis at the same time. And ooh, this is the end of the folder.
The very tail end. You know, this has been a really ferocious game one, but
I don't think Nonstop has the damage to close this out at this point. A lot of defense still, though. This Tengu SP, half of it will connect.
And the HP's ticking, not even on a poison panel.
Oh no, that anti-damage trade resulted in Nonstop Mob taking the anti-damage star and taking an extra.
Just throw it out there. Just throw it out there. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Dodged everything. The BDT, the Heat Dragon, and still got the drill. That was nice. There's no other words for it. That was just impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, there was more than 1,000 HP difference between them at one point. I think Nonstop was around 1,500 to 1,600, and Salad was down to just about 500. So that's what I was talking about earlier, and you know, you as well are fully aware of how difficult it can be to it's not making the damage stick, but yeah, to close it out against Salad. The defensive play is really clean. Nonstop Mob starting this off blind, not getting a beneficial status, unfortunately.
Oh, Element Man going for the Thunder to clear out that back row. Really nice for Salad here. Just limiting the movement options that Nonstop has available to him.
Yeah, and the panels being broken in this type of pattern really limits Nonstop Mob's movement, even with the Warp Step.
The blindness is really kind of deliberating, you know? But it's the risk you take for getting such a powerful effect off of the status bug. You know, being able to start with invulnerability or invisibility is just really strong. Oh, camping center, understanding that there might be a situation that could end up very bad.
Rush getting popped here, but in a safe position.
You know what? Do you make a decision here to throw away the full cust?
I want to say there's no way, there's not a chance in hell that Nonstop Mop throws away this full cust. It's just so much more important to Nonstop Mop's endgame than Salad's. Getting this dust dig so that you can Bucket of Thunder, right? And yeah, you see Nonstop Mop just going, yeah, I'll take it. I gotta, like, I don't care if Salad also gets a turn to dig. Just digging is less important for Salad's setup. So we're gonna throw as much as possible and go for, you're just reaching in for this Bucket of Thunder. And there it is, it appears.
Like a magician, it just finds its way into his hand.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it's more likely that Nonstop Mop pulls it than not pulling it with this cust configuration, with how many turns have passed, with dust digging, and using these chips at the same time. And then now you'll see the gameplay slow down a bit as Nonstop Mop preps for this Bucket of Thunder play.
Playing a lot more methodically. I actually like this. This is a really good change in. Oh, that's a big hit. Oh, this Erased Man's gonna hurt. Thankfully, Bucket of Thunder is already in the hand, and this is not a position that Salad wants to be in at all. But is there a wind rack? Nope. Okay, just gonna have to ride it out.
Thankfully, these panels should come back and give Salad a little bit more room to dodge. Unfortunately, this BDT here is going to pursue Salad into the corner, so Salad has to step forward, and then there's nowhere to go from there. So we'll see if there's some defense to handle these Dark Thunders.
Interesting, going for a Beast out here. Not sure what the positioning or the mindset is for it. Maybe something else could have been better?
And yeah, that Invis will just cleanly handle it. Wind Rack to regain the area. Into an area grab as well, so now Nonstop Mop is on the back foot. Still comfortably pumping out some Dark Thunders here. And
Getting
two of them will
nice
connect.
damage.
But yeah, Salad trading back. Oh wow! He will connect. One of them destroying the life aura, and the other one connecting here for 160 damage. So even though Hub, or not Hub, but Bucket of Thunder has been popped, HP very
Nice.
even.
Oh, and uninstall can be inbound here. I definitely feel like it's worth here. No. No poison power endgame? Really? Huh. That's interesting. Not sure if I like this.
Yeah, so Nonstop Mop gonna play for this this Dark Thunder finish, basically, just focusing on the BDTs.
Focusing down on the BDT is perfectly fine, and there is the added pressure that you get from Poison Seeds, right? And they also will clear the Sanctuary panels, so maybe this is actually the good play here. Yeah, okay, you know what? I mess with this. Okay, so a possible Sanctuary will be thwarted here. Okay, there it is.
Ooh, but this fast gauge is going to drastically shave down how many Dark Thunders Nonstop Mop can charge in the remainder of this this match.
Okay, there is an opportunity. Okay, I see it. But there was just not enough time because of the fast gauge. You still have access to something like Anubis for some of that chip damage, which will be very good. But choosing that would obviously mean you can't use anything else in the same turn. I think going Groundman is probably safer. Oh, just barely missing. If that connected, it would have been a very swift end to the round. And Neo Variable. Oh, the Meteor Knuckles. Yeah, very nice. Excellent defense from Nonstop.
And the thing is, it won't even lock Nonstop to that corner because of the warp step, so...
I actually kind of like this positioning. This is going to deter Salad from coming up into this top row, which will allow Nonstop to soundly land that Groundman SP. But there is a little bit of HP that's going to be left over for Salad, despite this Groundman SP making connections.
Oh. So the Groundman SP does get halved. The first hit of it gets halved, but the rest of it does full damage thanks to this
Holy panel.
sanctuary. Yeah.
Yeah, Sanctuary, excuse me. You know, it would have been really nice for the Poison Seeds to be in this situation here. 55 HP, cutting it really close. Yo, maybe we get the kill here with the Anubis. Anubis makes it onto the field. Anti-damage goes up. Your Buster can't do enough, not with that BDT in play.
Yeah, and it's even on a holy panel.
Nice. Final G code. If this Heat Dragon connects, that will be game. All Nonstop has to do is land this Heat Dragon. And Salad doesn't have many movement options, being trapped with the BDT looming around the corner. So this does seem like the end of the round. Oh, but opting to go... Okay. Wow, that was interesting. Going for the Windrak instead of the Heat Dragon. Not sure if I like that.
Yeah, so it goes to a game 3. It is 1-1 right now, so whoever takes this one will take the set.
Very nice that Nonstop was able to squeeze it out there at the end. Really nice play.
Yeah, just a 150 HP difference at the end there. Ooh, this Erase Man will just time out in the center, give Nonstop Mop this clean D-cross hit onto Salad's Dust Cross, sucking up the ice cubes for himself.
Oh,
Or
nice.
himself, and then... Oh. Okay, so...
Just waiting. Not even charging. That was pretty funny. Okay, but I believe Salad will go Dust here. Just because she knows that this strategy of second turn focused is coming. So I definitely see that. Oh! But it's not coming! How interesting! Yes, I like this play. Yes! No. Okay, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright.
Yeah, that was an emotional roller coaster for me.
Yeah, you went through all of the stages of everything there. So Salad's own uninstall connects here. Nonstop Mop opting for a Grab Revenge into an area play turn instead. so back row access. And Male Nonstop wants to threaten with this illusionary Poison Pharaoh. Doesn't matter that we can see that Nonstop Moth doesn't actually have it in hand. Nonstop Moth just wants the illusion of this Poison Pharaoh to help control Salad's movement here.
Throwing away the... Wow, how interesting. Okay, throwing away the uninstall here. Not sure if I'm a fan. Especially since you have Dust here, you can try to zone Salad with your charge shot and force her out of that row. I mean, I guess that would technically reveal that you don't have the Poison Pharaoh in play. Or in hand at least. But I definitely feel like it's a little bit stronger that way.
So it's an awkward position because as soon as Nonstop Moth pops the BDT, Sad's gonna realize, oh, this isn't the Poison Pharaoh turn, and her movement's gonna be freed up. So we'll see Nonstop Moth pop that BDT. Oh, and there's a grab revenge, gives Salad a lot of movement back into a Sanctuary fast gauge. So this is not a great look.
Oh, this is actually the best case scenario right now. Element Man in hand, possibly able to deal with this anti-damage if you can connect the wood part of this attack. Yeah, no, I like this.
No matter what, you want to make sure you're hitting that Element Man either on time to get the grass, or a little bit late so that you only get fire and you only get this anti-damage. But if they were to hit it a little bit early, yeah, so there it is, the grass. If they were to hit it a little bit early and get the E-like, it would actually wall off their own ground man from being effective.
And there's the life aura, which we do have the windbreak for. The bigger problem is here, you didn't get a chance to deal with that anti-damage. Maybe firing off a few buster shots would have been really good to help try and facilitate that win condition. Well, not win condition, the damage on Groundman, but I think it's fine. It worked out in the favor of Nonstop that turn. A tremendous life lead still. Now you're about to have slow gauge turn. Yeah, no, I think this is really good right now.
Ooh, and blocks this D-cross. But a full cust comes to play, and that is going to be a bad situation for Nonstop Moth. Not able to get slow gauge turn to flood the field with Dark Thunders, and we'll see if Salad pulls the second fast gauge and is able to control the flow of this. Yeah, there it is.
I really love the showcase and different uses of fast gauge, not fast gauge, full cust in this game right now, right? We have Salad using it to escape a turn after trying to get a cheeky D-cross situation going for herself. And we also have it to facilitate the dust cross strategies to help dig through your folder. It's really interesting when you see these kind of dynamics pay out, or pan out rather. Honestly, I'm double area grabbing and dropping the Pharaoh. What are you doing?
The only problem with this play is that it's not going to be a slow gauge Poison Pharaoh, so Salad will take, not sure the exact damage, but it's not going to be a huge amount. I do think that is the best usage, but, you know, 3 chips for that, not counting the area grabs, it's just not a good situation. So Nonstop Moth playing around the Dark Thunders, just sitting here camping this panel and gonna slowly try to flood the field with them.
The most you can get on screen at a time is 2 of these annoying pesky Thunderbolts of Doom. but that's still enough pressure to make your opponent dance in a way that is predictable, right? And it allows you to just eat away at time since they're too busy dodging these thunderballs to really interact with you. And the anti-damage will protect from this Tengu Man SP here.
Erase
You know-
Man connects.
I don't agree with moving back. Oh, let's
Not
see.
able to connect the Tomahawk SP. That would have also. Oh no, but any. Oh wait, no, that is
Oh no,
not good. So
that's
no,
not good at all.
no book spawned from the Judge Man. So, first off, any of the books hitting Nonstop Mop would have interrupted the charge shot because of the uninstall that previously landed on Nonstop Mop.
What Nonstop Mop really wants is for her to step back. Oh, nice! A beast jump from the side using the cross to get the double damage. Oh, that was nice. That was pretty hot. I'm not going. Oh, there it is. The area grab, meteor knuckle.
Oh,
Only
that
6
was-
hits though.
6 hits. Only 6 hits, you say? That was pretty good.
The warp step is so good. Dropping down the Pharaoh. This is it. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The Pharaoh himself making an appearance, ready to delete and drain the rest of this life on Salad Side. 800 will evaporate really quickly, alongside an uninstalled Heat Dragon on top of grass. This is the perfect situation right now.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not Salad has any answers to this. I think I've seen quite a few of them get used up already, so there might not be that many plays left.
It feels like all the stars aligned just for Nonstop in this very situation. Oh man, I'm so excited. Oh man, the fast gauge turns really lessen the blow, huh? Oh no, it's the invisible. And there it is, the drain. Turn 13, 2 more turns until the end. Nice. Use the Heat Dragon. Oh man, this is a really unfortunate situation for Salad. How do you play out of this? This is really tough.
Yeah, and unfortunately not even having the area to kind of step the Dark Thunders and prevent them from landing. If Salad just had that one little bit of area to stop these Dark Thunders from being able to connect so easily, then making it to turn 15 would not be too difficult. But unfortunately for Salad, that Heat Dragon there on grass, plus the Poison Pharaoh damage, does finish Salad off, and Nonstop Mop takes the set 2-1.
Very close game for both players. Unfortunately, Salad was not able to get out of that corner there, exhausting most of the resources throughout the entire match. And Nonstop Mop just being able to clutch that last second reversal and being able to put just enough pressure to clear out the game.
Yeah, so well played to Nonstop Mop and Salad. It was a great set, and I believe the revolving door situation is going to continue. And I think Soul X Cross will be signing off. It was great having you cast with us today.
Absolutely. And this time I am signing off forever. All right, goodbye, guys.
All right, so you heard it from Soul himself. He is being deleted, so he's gone now. So we're gonna have to look for a replacement at some point. But stepping in now is Symes.
Yeah, hello. I was here earlier, and now it's good to be back. It's too bad that Soul got deleted. I'm gonna ask everyone to put a F in chat to pay respects for Soul.
Yeah, or don't. You know, it's okay. I mean, he's gone, so he won't know the difference, right?
Yeah, but we should still pay our respects. But anyways, we've seen some great matches today so far, and I think there's still a few more to go. So actually, for this, apparently I'm actually a Symes X Cross, so Soul is living on in my spirit.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think we really have to get those tubes fixed.
Okay, so looks like we found that replacement real fast. Alright, so moving on to our next set of the day, it is, I believe, going to be Wazi versus Soul X Cross.
Yes, Soul X Cross being commentated by Symes X Cross.
Yeah, you're his twin brother, right?
Yeah, I'm his evil twin brother.
Oh, evil. Okay, that's a nice spin. That's
Actually, no, I'm the good one. The original Soul X Cross is the evil twin.
Oh, okay, that's nice. That's an even nicer like reversal of what you would usually expect. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, he was actually definitely the evil one all along. But anyways, so looking at the setups here, so actually, we were talking with Soul last night, right? And he asked us about ways that he could modify the F code folder for the future. And I remember you said you think that adding SP navis would have been a good choice.
Yeah, for sure. Running 3 mega chips only. Of course, it's a 3 really useful star code mega chips, judge, erase, element. Only running 3 of them, you have to have a good reason for it. And F code, it's good damage, right? Machine Gun 3, Magnum, especially with the erase boost in Gregar. But I think with 5 area grabs plus that fire sword, you're running out of chip slots so quickly, and then you're not getting quite to that damage threshold where you can really use the chip damage to threaten the really high HP setups, 2200 HP setups, 1900 HP setups. Once they factor in recovery 300 and their defenses, it becomes kind of a problem in that you might not have enough burst to deal with them and enough to threaten certain crosses. So I think putting in some SP navis into Soul's folder would help it a lot, especially like Element SP. You get a little bit of extra utility there too, and you get so much coverage, coverage there that you're missing when you're playing F code, right? You have cursor and you have fire, and that's it. That's F code for you. Specifically, what Soul is running here.
Yeah, for sure. He is still Gregor, so for those higher HP setups you mentioned, he does still have the all those Gregor crosses like slash and erase. So we can still use those to chip down the higher HP builds, but yeah, without having those SP navis would just give him even more burst damage and let him really threaten specific crosses. But I think going over to Wazi's folder, we see this G code. G is obviously one of the strongest codes in the entire game, so we have the Machine Gun 2, the Bubble Star 3, the Heat Wood Dragon combo, and the Ground Man, so that's a pretty standard looking G code. So
yeah, what's kind of interesting about the G code, specifically the Bubble Stars here, is that you usually see it for like a BDT setup, right? You want those Bubble Stars to deal with Charge Cross, to kind of, and also to let you get those 400 damage Dark Thunders. But for Gregar, which Wazi is playing, there isn't really great synergy with the Bubble Stars. because it's kind of hard to connect a Elect Cross charge shot with your opponent by throwing the Bubble Star. The charge time and the way it works out is that it's possible if you point blank the Bubble Star or do it from like a panel away, or relatively close range, they can mash out of the Bubble Star bubble before an Elect Cross charge shot can be completed. So in order to confirm it, you actually have to throw the Bubble Star from really far away, and that gives your opponent a bit of time to react to it, and with some smooth movement, they can actually dodge the Bubble Star.
Yeah, the Bubble Star is definitely an interesting choice here, because G itself, one of the few things G itself doesn't have is a strong elect chip, and obviously when you're playing it with a BDT, that's not having a strong elect chip in G code doesn't really matter. But when you don't have the BDT, then yeah, those Bubble Stars become a lot more situational.
Yeah, and it would be great if you could combo the Bubble Star into Judgman SP, but there's a code difference there. You can't bring them into the same turn, so it would have to be across different turns, and that gives your opponent the opportunity to beast cancel, to cross cancel, to load up defense. So even after being bubbled, you pop your Judgman SP on the next turn, they pop an anti-damage, bam, it's just blocked, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if you could use if Bubble Star came in J, then I think everyone would just Bubble Star Destroy Pulse, and it would just be the worst. So,
oh yeah, for sure, that would be impossible to deal with. The 800 damage Dest Pulse, not something you want to see happen. And I think people have played builds in the past, kind of like trying to pull it off, but it's really difficult, kind of relying on your opponent just letting you execute it.
Yeah, that probably could have worked better back if we were doing blind setups. If you don't know they have the Destroy Pulse, you might not cross cancel out of the bubble, but with the open setups, if you see they have that Destroy Pulse and you're bubbled at the end of turn, you better get out of there. But yeah. I think with that, we can get right into the match.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you bringing up the difference between closed setups and open setups, because while it's true that your opponent can currently, with the way we're running our tournaments right now, they can see your setup and go, alright, I'm just going to cross cancel, because this is obviously a bubble Dest Pulse setup. But even with closed setups, ending a turn of a bubble, first off, your opponent has got to be suspicious. Alright, this is obviously a combo setup, some sort of combo setup. And the second thing would be, you're only going to pull off that bubble Dest Pulse once on a person before they go, I'm not letting you do 800 damage to me. And just cross-canceling in the future, so... Ooh,
yeah, that's for sure. The Bubble Star Destroy Pulse and the two different codes is definitely way too gimmicky to be pulled off, but we see here in the first turn the Machine Guns and Erase Man coming out from Soul, boosted by that Erase Cross. And with that area disadvantage, Wazi can't reach Soul with the Charge Cross, so...
Yeah, one of the big disadvantages of Charge Cross and Heat Cross is that they do not travel down the whole row. They only have that 3 range.
Ooh, and Soul manages to step past the Bubble Star, but he's gonna take ×2 damage from the Element Man on the grass. Ooh, and he's locking Oh, Wazi has Air Shoes, right? So that Magnum will not lock Wazi out of that bottom row.
Yeah, so that was probably just mistimed there, not able to connect.
And so we see both players here with just over 600 HP, and now we see the beast out Kernel Force coming out from Wazi. So if this connects, that might actually be enough to end this round right here.
Yeah, in typical Gregar versus Gregar fashion, specifically these 1400, 1500 HP setups, you're seeing how volatile and quick these matches can be.
Ooh, but Soul popping the Recover 300, so that will give him the extra HP he needs to survive this Q Force. Oh, the counter hit.
That was brutal. Wazi losing that Windwrack exchange right there, just being slightly slower than Soul there.
Yeah, Wazi was going for the extra buster damage while Soul was stunned from the Q Force instead of just using the Windwrack right away. And due to that counter hit, that ended up really costing them because they weren't able to get the D-Cross on Soul's Erase.
Yeah, and that D-Cross, it would have put Soul really low, like double-digit HP, basically.
Right, and at that HP range, it would have been probably trivial for Wazi to close it out with the Gregor Buster, but instead now we see a Soul here with a 300 HP lead.
Yeah, and the recovery 300 is factoring into Soul's recovery here. Soul swinging it back a bit.
Yeah, I'm also not. Sorry, I'm not sure why Wazi is also just staying in on Charge Beast instead of opting to go for Erase or maybe Elect Beast and use those Beast charges.
Yeah, definitely another cross here for the Beast would probably give them a good shot at ending it.
Yeah, but instead they just stayed in Charge Beast, and we actually saw Soul manage to take the win with that Slash Cross. That was a big comeback from Soul.
Yeah, and so close at the end, just like 60 HP difference. So this is an interesting field configuration. We've seen 4 panels on each side being cracked, quite like the 4 corners of each person's area being cracked pretty often these past few sets. But I think this is the first time today that we've seen just this partial corner cracking. You know, I can't say I've seen this this field too often now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. This does seem like a pretty rare field, and it's also probably one of the closest ones to just being like a completely normal field with only the 2... Ooh. Wazi stepped back and took 2 hits from that charge shot from Soul there.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with the Erase Beam because each panel it's on, so basically each segment of the Erase Beam has its own individual hitbox, and because it pierces invis, you can take multiple hits from a single Erase Beam if you step back or forward into it.
Now we see a Soul on this Holy panel, so that will save him quite a bit of damage against the Slash Cross. Ooh, and he just has time to get that second tail arrow out before the end of the turn.
Ooh, an unfortunate time freeze right there.
Into the boosted machine gun, oh boy.
Wazi able to fight back a little bit here with that recovery, but
Oh, rip. Very close at the end there, but Soul manages to close it out.
yeah, well played to Wazi and Soul X Cross there. A really interesting, back and forth close set between the two. Both of them falling to really low HP levels, pulling themselves back up with recovery 300s, and just I don't think we saw a. This wasn't really a race to a kernel force. It's basically both of them just had enough damage and a low enough HP, starting HP, to kind of just threaten each other from the start with just chip damage and their crosses.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Soul didn't even have a kernel force, so it definitely wasn't like a race to kernel force from his end. It's just that's the nature of these glass cannon Gregor builds when they go up against each other. They just come out swinging, and so we see matches like that.
Yeah, and true, Soul doesn't have kernel force. He's got the other Giga that just involves a lot of guns, but all being fired by one Navi instead of a bunch of kernel soldiers. But yeah, that didn't come out either, so it was just interesting, yeah, how quickly it becomes such a lethal match. But yeah, well played again to the two of them. And I think we can jump into the setups for the next set of the day, which is Nerif versus Thiago.
Yeah, so Thiago is actually going back to a similar setup to what he used to run in some of the old N1GP majors. He has no super armor Gregor with a Gundel force. Instead of super armor, he's opting for higher cust, because usually with Gregor we'll see either cust 6, or if they have cust 7, they'll have float shoes instead of air shoes. But instead Thiago's opting for to drop super armor, which I don't think anyone else has really had success with before except for Thiago.
Yeah, definitely. Dropping super armors is something that most people would not consider, just because of how vulnerable you are to having your charge shots interrupted and just getting comboed even harder by certain chips.
Yeah, I mean, looking at your folder, normally with that Super Vulcan, you need to use that with the white capsule. But against the Thiago with no armor, unless he's in Beast Out, you won't even need that white capsule for the Super Vulcan to connect.
Yeah, so that's a really good example of a chip that becomes a lot more dangerous once super armor is off the table. And so, looking at the this matchup, it is the V code that I'm playing with the T code SP Navi Splash, and it's going to be running up against Thiago, who's playing really like this partial G code, but mainly just for like uninstall, right? And yeah, it's got the kernel force combo, the Gundel force, and then a lot of utility, a lot of defense, a lot of area control. So just a lot of star code chips that are going to be able to get beast charged, and also just enable charge shot damage to connect via like Geddon.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Thiago opted for some G code this time, because I remember before when he played the no super armor builds, I think he used it with like L code with Elect Dragons for uninstall and also some Magnums. So I think it's interesting that this time he decided to go with some of the G code splash instead. And we even see that he has a Muramasa, so we'll see if that comes into play. And you also have a Muramasa, so that'll be interesting to see if any of those will connect for that huge 500 damage.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something to watch out for. And I think with that, we can jump into the set.
Oh, and it just seems to have a bit of a freeze there, but... Okay, it's back.
So it's kind of interesting the way in which our crosses are going to be kind of oppressed by our SP Navi choices. So Diago's gonna have to watch out when he goes into E-Rates or Elect Cross. Whereas I can't really go into Heat, Charge, or Slash Cross that readily. So Tengu Man SP does connect here, gets rid of the life aura, and does a single hit.
Yeah, I know that Diago, I think, usually starts with Erase Cross instead of Charge, but it's a good thing for him that he didn't start with Erase this time, because otherwise he would have taken 320 damage from that Tengu Man, even with the single hit.
So because it's going to be a slow gauge matchup, I basically can't hesitate with locking 5 chips. Like just locking 5 chips each turn is going to be ideal because
The counter hit on the Gundel Soul, that is huge. That would have been 480 damage. And also Diago with the very fancy footwork dodge on that Bubble Star. He could have just moved up to the top row, but instead he stepped right around it.
Yeah, he just let it go right around him, stepped like right through the pattern, the movement pattern, and yeah, that looked very, very nice.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a Bubble Star dodge quite like that before. Diago is a very experienced player, so he's definitely showing that off here.
So unfortunately, I don't protect that anti-damage, and that is going to lead to I think the anti-damage being protected here would have actually been a difference between getting deleted and possibly at least surviving a little bit longer there. But instead I got paralysis chained right to the end by that Kernel Force.
Yeah, and even without the Gundel Soul, the damage output from the +1 area Kernel Force with the Gregor Buster is a huge amount. And this time Diago, instead of, ooh, no. Ooh, the Element Man SPD cross. And Diago baiting out your charge shot there.
Yeah, luckily I'm able to still connect to that Bubble Star at the very end into the Electragon combo, but unfortunately it's not boosted anymore thanks to that Element Man SPD cross.
Ooh, just clipped them with that one to take the anti-damage. And yeah, so without the super armor, we see Thiago getting flinched by all those erase charge shots, but he doesn't have any bugs or anything, so it's not like that's giving him an HP bug or anything. I think that if you opt to not use super armor, you pretty much have to bring bug stop, because otherwise you're gonna get that high level HP bug and it just be bleeding tons of HP. But now we see the beast out Muramasa turn. We'll see if this can connect. Or no, not a Muramasa. Instead, it's the Tomahawk Man SP.
Yeah, and it does do 560 damage, so reduces Thiago to 1, and then even with that wind rack knocking off the life orb at the end there, he just jumps back into his previous position, and the Gregor Vulcan finishes it off.
Yeah, the big difference there with the Tomahawk Man SP is, of course, it doesn't cause blink, so he didn't really have a chance to do anything. He was just immediately vulnerable to being finished off with the Buster, as we saw. This has been an extremely fast-paced match so far. Even with the slow gauges, it's been more fast-paced than most of the fast gauge matchups we've seen.
Yeah, it's kind of like contradictory, but fast gauge matchups, depending on how they're being used, can actually make it kind of feel a lot slower, because so much time is being spent going back to cut screen and thinking through your moves.
Yeah, whereas with the slow gauge, you're just trading all this damage back and forth.
So luckily this Gundam Soul does put him in range of the Tomahawk SP and the Tengu Man SP, so he managed to get a really good trade here, even through the Geddon Gundam Soul.
Yeah, it's kind of Thiago, even with his full get-on setup, the HP actually ends up being just about even. Wow. That was a huge trade with that first turn. And that is one of the few drawbacks to Gundam Soul. When you're using it, it actually leaves you very wide open yourself. That was actually changed in a BN6. You can't cancel it. And we see there the Muramasa from Thiago whiffs. And you close it out with 1 HP left after the erase beast charges. That was a 3-round. I don't know if I've ever seen a shorter match that was 2-1. That was only like 8 minutes for a 2-1 match.
Yeah, definitely extremely fast-paced, and just enormous amounts of damage being traded back and forth. Some of it being like the ×2 D-cross hits too, just closing the match out.
Yeah, there was definitely huge swings back and forth. Having those T-code navis to be able to punish Thiago while he was using the Gundam Soul was huge, and the damage actually ended up evening out from that. So that definitely ended up working out for you in the end, and very well played to both players.
Yeah, and I think with that, we are heading into our final set for today, which is Salad versus Symes.
Yeah, so I think usually whenever we play, it ends up being like a pretty crazy match.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what that has to do with Salad versus Symes, because obviously when Symes X Cross play against Salad, it can be crazy, but I just don't know how that impacts this match between Symes and Salad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, Symes X Cross and Salad definitely have some good matches as well, but I don't think it's quite on the same level as Salad against Symes matches. So we've already seen both of them today on stream. We see Symes with the Chonk Gregor setup with the holy panels, and then we see Salad with this very interesting folder, which I can't even really say it's a particular code because it just has so many chips and different codes. We see a lot of defense, but we also see the Neovari, Meteor Knuckle, the uninstall Electragons, so definitely a pretty interesting folder.
Yeah, definitely just all of the splash defense and all like the weird like chip pairing, right? Barrier 200. It could have gone into U code for Life Aura to pair of it, but like it's really interesting that's how it chose to get the Barrier 200 out of K instead, so that it can be used in the same turn as a Raceman SP. Because even though you can get it in U code, you generally don't want Barrier 200 and Life Aura on the same turn, right? They're kind of redundant, and it's kind of rare that your opponent will like deal with one of them on the turn that you play it, or like at least easily deal with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It can sometimes work out, but I know that in whenever we do EXE format, he pretty much will always bring the Barrier 200 and a W code to go with Double Beast. But fortunately, we don't have to deal with Double Beast here, so.
Yeah, the existence of Double Beast is one of the reasons that I don't like that format as much. But moving on, it's just a really interesting, like the amount of damage in Salad's folder, the amount of defense in Salad's folder, and it's all just because of like these interesting splash choices, right? And also the inclusion of folder pack for the extra mega. But looking at your setup,
you mean Symes' setup?
Oh yeah, of course, Symes' setup. I'm sorry, it's just your name is somewhat similar to Symes'. Symes X Cross, Symes. It's just a little bit different.
Yeah, I think he's kind of ripping me off. So.
Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, so Symes' setup over here, B code in Gregor. You got the High Boomer, Blastman SP, Protoman SP, and then just a chunk Gregor setup, the standard utility, standard defense, and then Holy Panels and Sanctuary. So one of the big struggles a lot of players have going up against this setup is having enough panel changing, panel cracking, breaking effects, conversion effects to deal with 3 different implementations of Holy Panels, right? Sanctuary applying it to everything, and then the 2 Holy Panels applying it to a single panel in front of Symes. So Symes is able to make use of that in combination with the Recovery 300s, heavy defense, and 2200 HP start to just kind of create a situation where you're also going up against double slow gauge. So someone's got to die first, right? Someone's going to face deletion in a double slow gauge matchup. But it's probably going to be the other person just by virtue of how much damage mitigation, how much raw HP Symes has in their setup.
Yeah, for sure. One interesting thing to note is that when Symes played the Chonk Gregor in the previous Blood Moon, it was slightly different because it didn't have these E-code chips. It instead had, I think, Element Man SP and some other just utility chips instead. So, but this time Symes opted to go for the that B-code coverage with the machine guns and Protoman and Blastman. So It'll be interesting to see how that ends up working out. And also the a high boomer as well.
Yeah, so yeah, the chip variation is kind of interesting when comparing it to Symes' previous setup. But yeah, I think with that we can jump right into the set. So it looks like we are going to have the experience of sitting through a bit of this this lobby, this waiting period, and looks like Symes is well, this isn't Symes. This is Maestro Bison.
Yeah, it's an imposter.
I can't believe that Symes paid someone else to play this set for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, if he loses, then I guess we'll know why.
Yeah, I guess he had somewhere else to be.
Yeah, I mean, it was I think they played during a Saturday night, so you know, usually I guess out. Oh, I didn't realize. Wow, I didn't realize that Salad had a full cost 8. For some reason, I thought it was only a cost 7.
Oh yeah, it's because the folder pack grants Mega +1 and a custom 1. So the folder pack, it actually pushes it up to custom 8.
Yeah, I knew about that. I forgot that she had a 2 cost +1s though.
Oh yeah, it is a bit sneaky.
Yeah, and well, so Salad is trying to run away from Maestro Bison here. Bison.
Yeah, maybe Salad is trying to investigate like the reason why Symes isn't here and has been replaced by this mysterious Maestro Bison person instead.
Yeah, now see, Symes X-Cross, I would never get someone else to play instead of me. I would always fight my own battles, but
So Salad goes in the dust, sucks up these rock cubes right at the start. Ooh, but loses Dust Cross right off the bat to a Machine Gun 3.
And it loses the Neovari.
Yeah, and I think that was also a solid 3 hits off of the Machine Gun 3, so just a ton of damage, plus the D-Cross right at the start. But like we've seen before, Salad tends to make you work for that last bit of HP. So just a little bit of damage at the start. It can be hard to let down your guard or when you're facing Salad.
So now we see a Salad going for the grab revenge and 2 area grabs with Tengu Cross. Going for this back row lock, and ooh, this life bar is not going to do anything to prevent the Tengu Cross. But Symes manages to get the step forward here to deny that full area lock and puts down a holy panel.
Yeah, here we see the beginning of this this very annoying holy panel play where you're just stuck in this situation where Symes is getting this half damage effect, and you've got to start throwing chips at it, start throwing. Ooh. And these machine guns getting so much value. Salad popping Symes' anti-damage there, but having lost Dust Cross earlier, the number of ways Salad can deal with a holy panel like this are kind of diminished. Salad does have this Elect Dragon, so that is one way to deal with it. And in fact, the second Elect Dragon in the folder, or in that hand as well, so with some smart play and resource management, all 3 holy panel chips, rather 2 holy panel chips and a sanctuary from Slimes, can all be dealt with here. Oh, but Slimes steps back. The Proto-Man SP gonna get a bit of a whiff here against Invis. But Slimes did manage to protect the that single holy panel, so this is actually going to create kind of a weird situation. Where...
Yeah, Slimes might have been predicting the that Elect Dragon play.
Yeah, it's hard to say though, as Slimes isn't here to speak for himself, but that's definitely a possibility.
That's true, and it's not even Slimes, it's M. Bison, so...
That's true as well. It is this mercenary who we don't even know anything about.
Yeah, I mean, if he's anything like the M. Bison from Street Fighter, he's not the nicest guy. Ooh, we see this Blast Man, though, coming to clear the barrier 200, but Salad TFCs with a area grab, and now finally does have that full area lock. Fortunately for this Slimes character, Salad has already used Tengu Cross though.
Yeah, so a Tengu lock would be pretty lethal here, but just a Tomahawk is kind of still manageable. Ooh, and Slimes is going to knock off Salad's Tomahawk there, but losing Erase Cross himself due to this Wind Rack. Protects himself from the Tengu Man SP using this Invis.
Yeah, that Tengu Man would have only done a 50% damage on the Holy Panel anyways, so... But we also see Salada has both fast gauges in hand. So in the slow gauge versus fast gauge matchup, you have the gauge war, and it's basically most of the time whoever ends up playing their gauge first can end up losing, because whoever can use their gauge last is the one that will stay in effect.
So this anti-damage is going to protect from Judge Man and the books, and Salad will probably take one step back. Oh, but no, just gets forced all the way back by the Wind Rack, and now both players are trading Erase Man. And Slimes not able to take this one on the Holy Panels, had stepped forward, so both players take full damage and the paralysis here. And ooh, that is Colonel Force. So Slimes taking the first game there. And we'll see whether or not Salad can make any adaptations to make a comeback.
And so we see for the second round in a row, they're starting on a field with cubes. So it looks like we're going to see Salad going to Dust Cross again to take advantage of the cubes on the field. We also see that bubble wrap here.
And interesting to note, because Slimes does not have Rush, Salad is free to use this Invis right at the start of the first turn to protect against any cursor. And Erase Man comes through here, but it is stopped in its tracks by Bubble Wrap. So Bubble Wrap is a really rare chip. You really don't see it that often because of the downsides. But it has unique advantages to it. Mainly that it returns every so often, every few seconds. It comes back unless you either remove it with wind or you use an Elec attack to destroy it.
Yeah, and we saw Salad miss the first cube, but she connected the second one for a free 200 damage.
Yeah, and on top of that, being able to destroy that Holy Panel with a Dust charge shot with that punch, that is really great value because that just frees up one of the chips that Salad might have needed to hold on to deal with holy panels. So Symes goes into Elect Cross here, manages to decross Salad, but getting an Erase Man SP in return.
Yeah, and Symes is probably going for the Elect Cross here to deal with that bubble wrap. But he does have to be very careful because Salad does have that Tomahawk Man SP, which will do huge damage against the Elect. So in this matchup, the Elect Cross is definitely not safe.
So Salad's gonna reclaim this area with Judgment Man, and then area grab, only gonna get one panel here. Ooh, but Symes does miss with the Elect Beast Elect Breath charge, mainly because of these ice panels, letting Salad slide forward, back and forth.
Ooh, and it looks like he just barely didn't have time to use the second charge at the end of the turn.
Definitely a rough situation here. Symes does not want to be on even HP with Salad, because Symes started with a lot more HP, so this is an indication that the match is not going his way so far. But he is going to trade back with some Erase Tails. This is going to be some really good damage. Actually using a Wind Rack to remove that pesky bubble wrap.
Yeah, but that could come back to bite him, not having a Wind Rack to deal with a Life Aura. We'll see if that comes into play later. And we also see a pretty funny interaction there with Symes using a Grab Banish and then Salad TFCing with an Area Grab. And now it looks like Salad's going for a Beast out with all these cracked and broken panels on the field.
Looks like Salad will just take this a grass field here. Ooh. And it looks like Symes does not have an answer to that invis, so unfortunately that Kernel Force did not do any damage. If it had connected, it most likely would have ended the game right there.
Yeah, and we see there, that's a situation where having the Gundel Force, if you had the Gundel Soul to remove the invis, that could have made a huge difference.
Yeah, sadly Symes is not running a Gundel Soul. And what's interesting here is, I believe that was the second Wind Rack he used, and it was used to combo with that Kernel Force, but because it didn't connect, Salad still has Life Aura and this Barrier 200, so there can be a lot of value from the barriers, since the Barrier and the Aura here. Ooh, and looks like Salad has both encode chips in her folder here, the Neo Variable and the Meteor Knuckle, so this could be a massive turn in terms of damage, especially with Symes going to Slash Cross right here.
But Symes was It looked like Symes was prepared for that Meteor Knuckle going into Slash Cross because they had the Invisible, but we see Salad now reduced down to 1 HP, but she still has that Life Aura, which could make a huge difference.
Oh, there was just a slight misplay there from Symes, mistiming one of those Slash Cross charge shots. If it had been like a perfect interval and had landed as soon as it could have, Symes may have been able to just close out the game before this turn. So just that very slight misplay has suddenly given Salad this opportunity to possibly pull it back. And it's really interesting, just that very small timing mistake has created such a huge window, just because both wind racks have been used, and Symes doesn't have that many options to deal with Salad's remaining defenses. So this is going to come down to whether or not Symes can just finish off this literally 1 HP. Oh, and this one holy panel left over is gonna give Salad Holy Aura. And that is huge. That means the SP navies the Symes has and could bring to the table, they won't be enough to get rid of this Holy Aura combination.
Right, but I don't think Symes has used his Element Man yet, but so he could still use that to deal with the Holy panel, but we see the Sanctuary still in Salad's hand. And we also see the fast gauge as well. So if depending on if Symes has any slow gauges left, if we end up with a fast gauge in effect, then we could be heading towards a damage judge in a few turns, because this aura will probably in fast gauge not time out in time.
What's really interesting here is also so this Holy Aura combination being able to wall.
Oh, and there goes the Element Man. Ooh, but it misses.
And it having been played, Salad is now free to just use the Sanctuary, and now there's definitely no answer here. And if it goes to Damage Judge, you have to keep in mind Symes started at 2200 and has 2 Recovery 300s in the folder. Salad started at 1400 and does not have recoveries at all. So this is a bad situation for Symes here. If there's nothing else in his folder. And you also have to keep in mind that so there's the recovery 300. So the damage dealt didn't factor in that recovery 300. But what's really rough is that Symes also has already used Beast out, so doesn't even have the option of going to like Slash Beast, going for that 400 damage chip charges to remove this Life Aura. It's just a really rough situation here.
Yeah, it looks like he was dodging most of those Spout Cross charge shots, but I'm not sure that it will be enough. And wow, the Life Aura times out on the Beast Overturn, but it doesn't even matter.
Wow, and just like that, it goes to a game 3. That was so close.
That Life Aura had only timed out a little bit sooner, Although Salad did still have the barrier 200 as well, so... And we see once again this, another cube field and another first turn bubble wrap pull, which would be able to protect the dust from a machine gun hit or an erase man.
Yeah, interestingly, Syme's opting not to go into any crosses here. And yeah, just like that, the bubble wrap, the perfect answer to the turn 1 erase man.
And landing both of those cubes for a free 400 damage.
And that wrap comes back right at the end of turn.
Those cube fields in these Falzar vs. Gregor matchups can definitely benefit Falzar.
Yeah, it can be very difficult for Gregor to deal with it. Especially if they were looking at slash cross as an option, they suddenly have to table it against a cube field like that. Both the cubes potentially interfering with a full area lock, and also just the fact that you might take that 400 damage cube to the face. So Syme's opting to go into Elect Cross here as an answer to the bubble wrap. Ooh, and there it is, the ×2 hit. And,
it's interesting that Salad decided to wait to use that anti-damage.
Yeah, it almost feels like Salad just let the bubble wrap get popped there by the Elect Cross. But I can't see the reason for it.
Yeah, it's not like the Elect Beast charge would do that much more extra damage compared to just the normal Elect Cross charge. I think it's only another 50 damage, so even with the bubble wrap up, it would only have been another 100 damage, so...
Ooh, and this is quite a catch right here, right on this frame of the charge tackle animation.
Into the ×2 erase man.
Yes, this will be double damage, so it's going to be 420 instead of 210. So that was 620 damage. Plus change from that charge shot. Oh, Salad giving a little bit of a few extra books to this. Not really going to matter because of the anti-damage, but... Salad's switching it up to ground cross, and then gonna uninstall Elect Dragon does land. Not able to use those chips at end of turn quite yet. Gonna go into the next turn holding onto them. And Slimes drops Sanctuary, but at least part of it will be removed by his Elect Dragon.
And now we see the Salad has the 2 T-Navis in hand, along with a Life Aura.
This is a little bit awkward on the on the holy panels, that remaining column of holy panels will protect Symes. So looks like Salad is opting not to use those T-code navies, even though they are very likely to connect due to Symes hugging the front here. Oh, and that is a D-cross there. Symes is going to lose the Heat Cross, which, you know, isn't a huge deal, but it is also still double damage, so that would be normal damage on the Holy Panel. And just something to keep in mind is that Salad's folder, Salad's build, it does have an attack max, so really maximizing the damage from these charge shots. Ooh, and nice. So the Meteor Knuckles do get rid of all of those remaining holy panels. Ooh, and the Kernel Force comes out, but nothing to knock Salad out of Invis, and the double Life Sword Neo Variable finishes that set off.
Yeah, it looked like Symes really just ran out of options there towards the end.
Yeah, well played to Salad and Symes both there. I mean, I would say that if Symes had actually shown up for his own set, but it looks like he didn't pay Maestro Bison enough.
Yeah, I mean it still wasn't a terrible showing by Maestro Bison, but M Bison definitely made some a few crucial mistakes there. And against a player like Salad, if you make those mistakes, you're gonna be punished for it. So
Yeah, again, well played to both players again. Just a really good set. And I think that is the final set of the day. So I want to thank everyone for watching, and I want to thank all of the commentators as well. And we're going to pass it back to Salad, I believe.
yeah, it's been fun. You can look forward to me, Symes X Cross, entering in some future tournaments. So we'll see what Symes X Cross can do.
Looking forward to it.
Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I don't know if everyone caught it, but Zay donated yet again. Another $15, I believe. I think he showed up in chat earlier and said that he wants to be the guy that donates every single stream, so thank you so much for that. The support is appreciated, and we have plans in mind for the funding we currently have. And with that, we're gonna be wrapping up the stream for today. So this was the final stream for the Blood Moon 2 Round Robin Stage Showcase. And starting tomorrow, the Double Elimination Top Cut will start. That's 12 players advancing to see who earns the title of Moon Master out of 38 participants. This is the biggest Blood Moon tournament to date, and I want to give a shout out to All Risk for managing to play out all 37 matches of the Round Robin. That's 2 weeks of camping out and taking initiative to net battle, and yesterday Symes also played out all of his matches as well, taking first place in the placements. Congratulations to both All Risk and Symes. It's a lot of work to do that, guys. And also, I want to give another shout out to Dorman for putting in work as well. They managed to play out 35 matches. And so, I mean, with that, this is going to be 12 hyper-dedicated net battlers going to the top elimination stage. Thank you for watching the stream, all the support, everyone. You're all awesome. We'll see you next week for Top Cup coverage. Take care.